sun rose over the Serengeti plains, painting the tall grasses gold and scattering warm light, promising a new day under nature's ancient law. For millions of years, this land knew only the rule of predator and prey, of life and death. It was a brutal yet fair cycle, where only strength and the instinct for survival spoke. But today a new, harsh, and alien law was established right in the heart of this wilderness, the law of human indifference. In the patch of green grass right at the edge of the asphalt road, a frequent path for noisy four-wheel drive vehicles, a terrifyingly silent tragedy was unfolding. Layla, a mother lion accustomed to all dangers, was straining in desperation. Beside her, her cub, Keto, lay motionless. A discarded rubber tire, the soulless remnant of a vehicle long gone, had become a fatal trap. The black tire was tightly constricting Keto's small body, blocking his breath and paralyzing his movements. Layla bit, pulled, and roared, but all efforts were futile. The synthetic, alien, and rope-like material mocked her wild strength. It was an invisible, inert obstacle that could not be destroyed by claws or teeth. This scene was not a natural event. This was the cruel intervention of our world into theirs. It turned a simple accident into a tragedy about motherhood. In this wilderness, Layla was not fighting hyenas or buffalo, but human refuse. Her desperate gaze was a silent question for humanity. What is a mother to do when the instinct to survive is defeated by oblivion? This is a story of boundless love, willing to cross the most dangerous boundary to save her child. Layla stayed with Keto all night. Her angry roars had turned into choked sobs, mixed with the cold wind. She bit hard into the tire, trying to tear it like the flesh of prey. But the tire only slipped against her skin, leaving a bitter taste of rubber. She clawed at it, but her claws only scratched the smooth surface. Layla was the pinnacle of wild evolution. She was born to conquer all natural obstacles, yet she was utterly helpless against this inanimate object created by humans. With every bite and pull, the tire slightly tightened around Keto. Keto was no longer moving. His weak breathing made Layla panic more than ever. She gently licked his head, feeling the warmth slowly fading. She knew she was running out of time. The pride had moved on. Layla had a hunt, had a drink, but she couldn't leave. This place had become the intersection of life and death, and she was the sentinel. Layla looked up at the asphalt road. She called the vehicles that sped by speed demons, creatures of metal and light that always rushed past at terrifying speed, carrying the smell of grease and smoke. She had taught Keto and the other cubs to stay away from this road, as it represented chaos and unpredictable danger. But now, she realized a bitter truth. Those creatures, the ones who created this rubber trap, were also the only ones capable of removing it. Layla made a reckless decision, an action that went against every conservation instinct she had inherited. She had to bring Keto to the most dangerous place to be seen. It was a gamble between salvation and instant death under the wheels. Exhausted, Layla clamped her jaws onto the tire. She gritted her teeth, using the strength of her powerful body to drag Keto and the heavy trap. The force tore the grass, creating a long streak on the dusty ground, and finally, both lay on the hot black asphalt. This position exposed her and Keto completely to the view of any vehicle, and simultaneously placed them in the heart of danger. Layla lay down, blocking Keto from the lane. She did not roar a challenge. She lay there as a bare plea. The sun began to beat down fiercely, heating the road and highlighting the scratches on Keto's body. Layla stared intently into the distance, where the vehicles usually appeared. She had risked everything. She was ready to fight anyone, but she was also ready to endure fear for a fragile hope. Motherly love had forced her to violate the law of the jungle and step into humanity's boundary of death. It wasn't until mid-morning that a high-clearance safari vehicle appeared in the distance, speeding along the asphalt road. Inside were a group of foreign tourists excitedly documenting the early day sightings. They were nature lovers, here to marvel at the majesty of wildlife. However, the scene they witnessed was beyond any guidebook or documentary footage. The guide, David, an experienced man, was the first to notice the anomaly. He signaled the driver to slow down and stop at a safe distance. As the car slowly rolled, everyone held their breath. They saw Layla lying there, her majestic body nearly stretched across the road, her eyes fixed and alert. Her anger and exhaustion formed an invisible wall. And beneath her, they saw the black tire, a shameful trace of civilization, constricting the small, fragile life. In that moment, the safari car was no longer a place of observation. It became a container of moral conflict. This was not a natural scene where they were merely outsiders. This was the direct result of human indifference. We are the guests, the witnesses, but also the culprits. A female tourist named Sarah burst into tears. She clenched her hands, recognizing Layla's unspoken despair. David, who had witnessed countless life and death scenes in his career, understood that this was a plea. He understood Layla's gaze. She had broken her own rules to come to them, the speed demons she hated and feared. Without hesitation, David raised his satellite radio. His voice was shaky but clear, accurately describing the location and the urgent situation. He called the Wildlife Rescue Center, emphasizing that the mother lion was in a state of ultimate protection of her cub, and that intervention must be carried out with the utmost caution. The recipient of the information was Alma, a young but experienced ranger. Alma was not just a protector, but also a dedicated veterinarian. She had spent her life mending the rifts between the human world and the savannah. Hearing David describe the tire, a cold anger rose in her. That tire was a symbol of the carelessness she worked day and night to prevent. Alma immediately prepared. She knew this required speed and absolute precision. She had to act before the heat of the sun or exhaustion caused Layla to give up, or worse, before the tire inflicted permanent damage on Keto. As Alma's pickup truck sped down the red, dusty road, she told herself, her mission was not just to save a lion cub, but to save the last belief of a wild mother in human compassion. Alma arrived at the scene after a long, dusty drive. She asked David and the tourist to move their vehicle further back, creating a safe space, minimizing the factor causing panic for Layla. She stepped out of the car, in her khaki ranger uniform and heavy tool bag, facing Layla. She knew this was more than a rescue mission. It was a test of courage and respect. The tension in the air was palpable. Layla stood guard, her body taut like a ready-to-spring coil, but her eyes expressed weariness and a plea. Alma did not see Layla as a threat. She saw Layla as a desperate mother. She did not immediately raise a tranquilizer gun, understanding that doing so would violate the last shred of trust Layla had placed in humans when she dragged Keto onto the road. Alma began to approach slowly, each step calculated. She spoke softly in a calm, reassuring tone. Though Layla didn't understand the words, she could feel the intent. "I don't want to hurt you, Layla. I just want to help your cub," she murmured, keeping her gaze at a respectful level, neither direct nor evasive. It was a negotiation between two mothers. Layla let out a low growl, the sound like a weak warning. But strangely, she did not charge. She stood still, seemingly torn between her fierce protective instinct and the exhaustion of reason. Alma knew her window of opportunity was only a few short seconds. She saw Keto beginning to twitch slightly, a sign that he couldn't endure much longer. The decision was made. She had to act immediately. In a decisive move, Alma positioned herself, crouching slightly to avoid making Layla feel threatened. She cleverly used a small distraction object, causing Layla to glance away for a fraction of a second. That moment was enough. Alma lunged towards Keto, pulling out a sharp, specialized cutting shear. She pinned herself down, keeping away from the reach of the lion's jaws, and aimed at the tire's weak spot. The shear sliced through the thick rubber layer. Snip! Crunch! The cutting sound echoed in the quiet space of the savannah, marking the end of the wrongful trap. The tire broke open. Keto was freed. Alma retreated immediately, quickly jumping back into her vehicle, ensuring she did not occupy Layla's space. She had done what was necessary. She had saved Keto, Now it was time for Layla to do the next thing. The tension did not decrease, but transformed into extreme anticipation as all eyes focused on Layla, waiting for her reaction. Amma reversed the car towards the tourists, all watching with bated breath. Layla stood still for a moment, perhaps trying to process what had just happened. The release came too quickly, too suddenly, in contrast to the prolonged agony. After a few seconds of hesitation, she tentatively stepped forward. She touched Keto lightly with her nose, sniffing his entire body. The tire was gone, and there was no smell of tranquilizer or attack. Only her son's weak breath remained. Layla began to lick Keto with gentle, loving licks. It was not a cleaning action, but a confirmation. He was safe. And then, the small miracle happened. Keto moved, slowly but clearly. He opened his eyes, felt the constriction gone, and felt the familiar warmth of his mother. He stirred, trying to nuzzle into Layla's body. Layla, the mother who was ready to sacrifice her life on that road, let out a soft moan, a sound no longer of anger, but of absolute relief. Layla gently used her nose and teeth to lift Keto, not with brutal dragging, but with tenderness. She carried her cub, slowly but steadily, taking Keto away from the cold asphalt road, back to the safe, green grass. Amma and the tourists watched until the two golden figures faded into the dense vegetation. Silence returned, but now it was the silence of gratitude, not despair. On the black asphalt, the only thing remaining was the cut tire, a silent testament to the battle between motherly love and indifference. The story of Layla and Keto is not just about a wildlife rescue. It is about the fragile line we are crossing. That tire is a stark reminder. Every action, every piece of waste we leave behind has life or death consequences. Layla gambled on our compassion, and thankfully, that compassion was answered through Amma's brave action. Our lives and their lives are connected. When we inflict wounds, we must bring healing. Amma proved that the human role is not just to observe. We must be the protector, the healer. We have witnessed the extraordinary strength of motherly love and human courage. The story of Layla, Keto, and Amma is proof that even though we belong to different worlds, we can connect through compassion. Keto's survival that day was due to a wild mother's moment of bravery, answered by a human's timely intervention. Don't let this touching story end here. Its power lies in spreading the message of connection and the responsibility we share. If you're moved by this sacrifice and miracle, please help us share this video with your friends and family. Let Layla's story remind everyone of the importance of conservation and conscious action, and to not miss out on the humanitarian stories, the inspiring moments about life and nature that we bring. Please subscribe to the channel today. Click the subscribe button and the notification bell to join us in spreading gentle beliefs and solutions that connect us with the wonderful world around us. Thank you for watching. See you in the next stories. In the heart of the golden grasslands of the Masai Mara National Reserve, a legend exists, one not written through bloody hunts or displays of raw power. It is the story of Leo, a magnificent male lion with a mane as dark as ebony and amber eyes that held the depth of 1,000 years of sorrow. However, Leo was a king without a kingdom. For 2 long years, while other males were busy establishing territories and protecting prides, Leo remained fixed in a single spot, beneath a solitary acacia tree near the reserve's north gate. Whether under the scorching equatorial sun or through torrential downpours, Leo sat steadfast. His gaze never wavered from the dirt path leading to the world outside. To the tour guides, he was the ghost of the main gate, a mystical but melancholic creature. To the scientists, he was a heartbreaking puzzle, an apex predator who seemed to have forgotten the instinct to rule. As Leo's health began to fail and his mighty roars faded into weak moans in the night, Dr. Sarah, a veterinarian, realized that Leo wasn't waiting for prey or arrival. He was waiting for a promise from the past that would soon challenge every human prejudice regarding the boundary between wild instinct and a loving heart. To understand why a king of the savannah would trade his throne for a hopeless vigil, we must go back 3 years to when the tragedy began. During a summer of harsh drought, Kale, a Maasai boy with a pure soul, found a small, trembling form by a dried-up riverbank. It was Leo, then just a severely dehydrated cub, huddling next to the body of his mother, a victim of ruthless poachers. Ignoring all warnings of danger, Kale's family, humble farmers living on the edge of the wild, decided to bring the cub home. They could not turn away from the life fading in those amber eyes. In the months that followed, Kale and Leo became inseparable. Theirs was not merely a relationship between owner and pet. It was a strange intersection of two souls. Leo grew up not with a fear of humans, but with the warmth of caring hands. Kale would sit for hours beside the fast-growing lion, whispering stories of the stars above the savannah. In return, Leo would rest his head on the boy's lap, emitting deep purrs so powerful they felt like the earth itself was breathing. Kale taught Leo how to play, and Leo taught Kale how to listen to the language of the wind and grass. Together, they created a private world where no boundaries existed between man and beast. However, a lion's destiny belongs to the horizon, not a small backyard. As Leo began to grow his mane and his hunting instincts sharpened, local authorities intervened. Keeping a male lion in a residential area was impossible. The separation was a painful silence. Kale's father reached an agreement with rangers to move Leo to a vast national reserve where he could live the life he was meant for. On the day of the transfer, Kale personally led Leo to the transport crate. The boy knelt, pressed his forehead against the future king's, and whispered a final promise. "I will never forget you. Wait for me." The rangers, following strict rewilding protocols, demanded that Kale's family cut all contact. They believed that erasing his past with humans was the only way for Leo to integrate into nature. They assumed animal memory was short-term and that Leo would soon find a new pride to lead. They were wrong. They underestimated the depth of a grateful heart. To Leo, the vast freedom of the Masai Mara was merely a beautiful, empty cage. Every dawn was not the start of a hunt, but the beginning of a new day of waiting. He stood exactly where he last saw Kale's family car disappear, believing that as long as he stayed, his dearest friend would surely return for him. Time on the savannah is measured not just by rainy seasons, but by the gradual fading of a will. Leo's condition became a serious concern for the reserve management. Through her binoculars, Dr. Sarah observed Leo's ribs protruding through his dull, matted fur. He was no longer an apex predator. He looked like a ghost vanishing into the morning mist. The most heartbreaking part was that Leo wasn't injured or diseased. His wasting away came from within, a virus of the soul that modern medicine rarely touches. Local prides tried to approach Leo several times. Young lionesses sought a strong leader, and nomadic males sought to challenge the stranger. Leo rejected them all. If anyone came too close to his space under the acacia tree, he would emit a low growl, not to claim territory, but to plead for solitude. He was starving himself, not for lack of food, as rangers secretly left fresh meat nearby, but because he had lost his purpose. A lion without a pride and without connection loses his reason to roar. The veterinary team tried every possible measure. They moved feeding stations deeper into the park, hoping to lure Leo away from the gate. They even spread the scent marks of other prides to trigger his territorial instincts. All failed. No matter where he was taken, Leo would trek for miles to return to the old acacia tree. His eyes remained fixed on the trail, searching through hundreds of tourist jeeps for the one familiar face that had promised never to forget him. Dr. Sarah began digging through old, dusty rescue files. She delved into Leo's past and found the contact information for a small farming family. She realized the rigid rewilding process had backfired. By forcing a creature with high emotional intelligence to sever ties with his rescuers, the experts had imprisoned him in a loop of waiting and doubt. Leo wasn't failing to adapt. He was simply refusing to enter that life until he knew why he had been left behind. Sarah knew that without a breakthrough, the king of the Masai Mara would die of a broken heart before he could ever take his throne. She decided to do something that went against every rule: reconnect the past to save the future. Dr. Sarah knew she was putting her career on the line. In the world of wildlife conservation, reintroducing humans into the life of a grown lion is considered a grave mistake. But looking at Leo, now a skeletal shadow of himself, she knew she had no choice. She found Kale, now a tall young man. When she told him of Leo's condition, Kale didn't hesitate. His eyes were filled with pain, but also resolve. He said softly, "He is still waiting for me. I've known it all along." A plan was set, not to bring Leo back to the farm, but to give him the spiritual key to his true freedom. On the morning of the reunion, the air at the North Gate was thick with tension. Rangers stood ready with tranquilizer guns, a mandatory safety measure, as no one could predict how a 200 kilograms male lion would react when wild instinct met old memories. Sarah's car slowly approached the acacia tree. Leo, who had been lying listlessly, suddenly stood up. His ears pricked, his tail flicked with excitement, an energy no one had seen in 2 years. Kale stepped out of the car, his heart pounding. Following Sarah's instructions, he didn't run or shout. He stopped about 20 meters from the barrier and slowly sat on the ground in the dust, just as he used to do in their small backyard. In that moment, the entire savannah seemed to hold its breath. There was no roar, no bloody attack. Kale began to hum a low melody, an ancient Maasai lullaby he used to sing to Leo during summer thunderstorms. Then, a miracle happened. Leo didn't charge with claws out. Instead, he made a chuffing sound, the specific feline greeting for Pride members. The massive beast approached, pressing his huge body against the fence, trying to rub his mane against the steel mesh, desperate to feel the warmth and vibration of Kale's voice. Tears streamed down Kale's cheeks as he reached out to lightly touch the coarse mane through the gaps in the fence. It wasn't an encounter between a human and a predator, but a reunion between two brothers separated by prejudice. Kale whispered to Leo in his native tongue, telling him he had never forgotten him and that he was now strong enough to protect the whole savannah. This wordless conversation lasted for hours, shattering every rigid rule of conservation. Leo no longer looked at the trail, he looked only at Kale. The presence of the boy he once knew healed the deepest wound in the forgotten king's soul, erasing the doubt that he had been abandoned. As the sun began to set, an unspoken understanding was reached. Leo didn't need to wait anymore, because love had found him. The reunion was more than just a rare event. It was a miraculous medicine for Leo's soul. After meeting Kale and receiving a loving farewell, a spectacular change occurred. The next morning, for the first time in 2 years, Leo was not waiting under the acacia tree at dawn. He turned his back on the trail and looked toward the rolling hills of the Masai Mara with a completely different posture, stately and purposeful. The weight of waiting had been lifted, replaced by the strength of a creature that had found peace. Within weeks, Leo's health recovered at a staggering pace. He began to hunt again, his muscles rippling under the sun. His roar returned, echoing through the valley with an authority that commanded respect from every living thing. Not long after, Leo met and led a group of young nomadic lionesses. He no longer drove others away with his sorrow. He welcomed them with the protection of a true leader. Leo had officially taken his throne, not because instinct forced him to, but because he was finally ready to live the life of a king. Leo's story sparked a wave of change in international conservation thinking. It proved a truth that science often avoids. Wild animals possess deep emotional memories and social bonds no less profound than those of humans. Dr. Sarah and her team proposed a new rescue model where the transition from captive care to the wild is handled more humanely, allowing animals time to say goodbye to their past rather than being abruptly cut off. It was a costly lesson in compassion, that sometimes the solution to a biological problem lies in emotional understanding. Today, if you visit the Masai Mara, guides might point out a majestic male lion with a signature black mane standing on a high rock outcropping. That is Leo, Sometimes he is still seen looking north in the early morning, but is no longer the desperate gaze of the abandoned. It is the affectionate look of a friend sending a greeting through the wind. Leo proved that love is not a barrier to the wild, but the very source of strength that allows a creature to overcome adversity. The story of Leo and Kale is a gentle reminder that in this vast world, connection is the key to healing all wounds. Whoever you are, wherever you are, or whatever loneliness you face, believe that there is always an invisible bond leading you home. The only sound in the vast Serengeti was the crunch of tires grinding over dry, red earth. Through a dust-caked windshield, the African horizon stretched out, immense yet unforgiving under a scorching sun. David Miller, a young American photographer, gripped an old compass tightly in his hand, the sole heirloom left by his father, Mark Miller. The air inside the vehicle was heavy and thick. A violent sandstorm had recently swept through, throwing the convoy off course, paralyzing navigation equipment, and causing the engine to sputter ominously. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes. Dust billowed up in a thick cloud. An eerie silence fell over everything. Standing tall in the middle of the trail was a massive male lion with a majestic black mane. He wasn't Apo's, in a stalking posture or preparing to pounce. He stood straight, still, and authoritative, like an ancient statue. But what made everyone's heart stop was in his mouth, a worn, tattered black North Face travel bag dangling between sharp jaws. The passengers held their breath. Oxygen seemed to vanish from the cabin. Was this the trophy of a manhunt, or a grim souvenir from a fated traveler? As the lion fixed its amber eyes directly on David, his trembling camera lens zoomed in on the bag's handle. Under the harsh sun, a faded, hand-embroidered label appeared. Miller, Ranger. In that moment, an impossible question surfaced. How could a wild predator possess the private memories of a dead man? The deathly silence inside the beige safari jeep was broken by Robert and Apo's trembling but fierce whisper. Under the canvas roof of the specialized vehicle, the space felt increasingly suffocating as the Savanna heat drifted in from all sides. Robert was a wealthy businessman who believed the wilderness was a battlefield where the strong survived by bullets, not faith. End quote. It's a man-eater, end quote. Robert hissed through gritted teeth, his sweaty hands reaching for a high-powered tranquilizer rifle tucked under the wooden seat. End quote. Look at the stains on that bag. That's blood. He's using it as bait. He's already killed someone. End quote. Fear spread like a virus through the open-air jeep. Sarah, a young volunteer who had always loved animals, could only huddle in the back seat, tears streaming down her face, her expensive camera forgotten in her lap. The human psyche, especially for travelers from the modern world, often views the wild as a place of constant peril. Robert represented that primal fear, the urge to destroy a threat before being attacked. He repeatedly barked at the guide to fire immediately. In Robert and Apo's eyes, the lion was not a living being, but a ticking time bomb waiting to devour everyone in the doorless jeep. However, David was paralyzed by an entirely different emotion, recognition. He stared intently at the black bag swaying with the beast and Apo's breath. He remembered it. That bag used to sit quietly in the corner of his father's log cabin in America before Mark decided to move permanently to Africa to, end quote, save wild souls, end quote. David's mind raced through the handwritten letters his father had sent home, pages soaked in love for a lion cub named Leo, who had, end quote, a heart larger than the Savanna, end quote. David suddenly realized the, end quote, bloodstains, end quote, Robert was shouting about were actually red rust streaks from a corrugated tin roof, likely blown away from his father and Apo's, his old hut during the storm. Conflict on the vehicle escalated rapidly. It was a microcosm of human nature. One side saw a monster, the other saw a messenger. Tension peaked as Robert leaned out of the frame, the black barrel of the gun aimed directly between Leo's eyes. David knew he had only seconds to act. He was, and Apo's, just fighting for the lion's life. He was fighting for his father's legacy and the sacred bond between two worlds. He understood that if blood were spilled now, the bridge between man and nature would be burned forever. Robert's finger began to squeeze the trigger, eyes clouded with panic. "Stop!" David screamed, his voice breaking through the wind. He realized the solution did not lie in the barrel of the gun, but in stepping out of the protection of the vehicle to prove that nature does not need to be conquered by violence, but understood through compassion. David's hand moved to the door latch. He knew if he was wrong, this would be his final act. But if he was right, it would be the beginning of a legend about the unspoken gratitude of the king of the Savannah. The moment David unlatched the door, a dry click tore through the silence. It was the sound of defiance against human fear and his own survival instinct. End quote. "David, you're crazy. Get back here." End quote. Robert roared, his rifle still trained on the lion, but David no longer heard him. He stepped onto the hot sand, his rough leather boots touching the red earth with a small crunch. This was the end quote, golden moment end quote, where every safety rule of a safari was discarded. David stood there, solitary and fragile, before a predator weighing over 200 kilograms. The jeep behind him felt like a distant island of safety he had just abandoned. Sarah's camera was still running, but the lens shook too much to focus. She was witnessing either a predicted death or an unprecedented miracle. David stopped when he was about 10 paces from Leo. The lion began to emit a low, guttural growl from deep within its chest, a sound that made the ground beneath David's feet vibrate. Its mane stood on end, and its amber eyes narrowed warily. On the jeep, Robert pressed his face against the stock of the gun, his index finger tightening. If Leo so much as lifted a paw, a bullet would pierce his skull. But just as David's chest tightened with fear, an old memory surged back like an electric current. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath to steady his heart, and began to whistle. It was a simple American folk tune, gentle and slightly off-key because his lips were trembling. It was the song his father, Mark Miller, used to hum every night in the cabin while soothing an orphan cub who missed its mother. The whistling rose above the Serengeti, small against the wind but powerful enough to move the world. The transformation was instant. The tensed lion suddenly froze. Its ears perked up, and its massive head tilted to the side in curiosity. The ferocity in its eyes melted away, replaced by a vague but profound recognition. The great beast slowly lowered its body, not to pounce, but to show submission to a familiar melody from 10 years ago. Leo slowly released the black bag from his mouth, placing it on the ground as gently as if it were a fragile treasure. On the beige jeep, Robert's rifle lowered. He was stunned, his ragged breathing finally leveling out. The other tourists sat in dead silence. They had just witnessed a scene that defied all logic of the food chain. David stepped forward, his feet feeling light as if in a dream. The lion stood still, quietly observing the man who carried the soul of his old friend. At the threshold of life and death, the solution was not a bullet, but a melody of love preserved in the memory of a creature that could never speak a human tongue. David knelt on the red earth, his hands still shaking as he touched the frayed fabric of the North Face bag. Leo did not retreat. He stood there, his hot breath creating faint ripples in the quiet air. From the jeep, Robert and Sarah leaned out, holding their breath. The moment the zipper let out a long, dry screech, the world seemed to go silent, waiting for the truth inside the trophy. The first object David pulled out was an old plastic baby bottle, yellowed with age and covered in the tooth marks of a small cub. On the bottle, a strip of medical tape remained, bearing his father's faded handwriting. Leo, 2015. The image struck David like a lightning bolt. He remembered the photos his father had sent to America, showing him cradling a tiny, frail lion cub, trying to feed it milk to snatch its life back from death. This bottle was named Apos, tea just a tool. It was proof of the beginning of an unnatural friendship where a human became a mother to a king. Next, David pulled out a laminated photograph, its corners curled. It showed Mark Miller smiling radiantly, a radio in one hand and the cub Leo climbing onto his shoulder against a Wyoming sunset before they journeyed back to Africa together. David pressed the photo to his chest, tears falling and mixing with the dust on his face. He realized that after the storm destroyed his father and Apo's hut, Leo had returned to the ruins. The lion had used his keen sense of smell to dig through the wreckage, protecting this bag from the weather and scavenging hyenas for months. But the most important item lay at the bottom, Mark's leather-bound field journal. As David flipped through the dust-covered pages, he found a paperclip marking the last entry. It was a detailed, hand-drawn map of secret underground water sources and emergency radio stations Mark had built for conservation. Places that didn't Ndapos appear on any tourist map. The lion hadn't Ndapos. Just returned mementos. He had brought the quote, key to survival quote, for a group lost in the wilderness after a storm. All doubt and misunderstanding on the Jeep vanished. Robert lowered his gun, bowing his head with elated shame. He realized he had almost killed the group in Apos. As only quote, savior quote, out of blind fear. The rust-stained black bag, once seen as evidence of a massacre, was actually a treasure chest of absolute loyalty. Leo looked at David, his eyes deep, as if containing Mark's soul. He had fulfilled the final duty of a guardian, passing on the legacy and life to the next generation. As the sun began to sink below the acacia trees, casting a layer of liquid gold over the Serengeti, the atmosphere around the Jeep became extraordinarily serene. The arguments and fear were now distant memories. David stood up, clutching the bag to his chest. He looked into Leo's amber eyes, and in that moment, all barriers between man and beast dissolved. They were no longer photographer and predator, but two entities sharing a common grief for a great man. Leo did not take another step forward. He seemed to understand his mission was complete. The lion tilted his head and let out a low rumble, a soft, warm roar, like a greeting from an old brother. He looked at David one last time with an uncanny understanding, then slowly turned away. The massive silhouette of the king of the savannah padded toward the horizon, where purple and orange clouds merged. He did not look back, his stride easy and free, fading into the tall grass until he was just a speck in the vast wilderness. On the vehicle, Robert and the others stood in silence. No one spoke, but every eye shimmered with emotion and regret. Robert quietly set his rifle aside, hiding his trembling hands. Human pride had been completely humbled by a lesson in loyalty from a speechless animal. David returned to the car and placed his father's journal on the dashboard. Using the detailed directions, the guide found the path to the nearest rescue station. They had survived, not through weapons or technology, but through the love Mark had planted 10 years prior. David gazed out the window at the majesty of Africa once more. He knew his life would take a different path from this day forward. He would not return to the frantic pace of life in America. He would stay here, continuing his father's work, protecting friends like Leo, and ensuring that stories of kindness between man and nature are never forgotten. He picked up the old baby bottle, looked at the Leo, 2015 label, and smiled through tears of happiness. Gratitude is a borderless language, and love is a beautiful debt that sometimes takes a lifetime or a lion and Apos life to repay. We often pride ourselves on being the saviors of nature, but sometimes it is nature that saves us. The story of Leo and Mark Miller is a reminder that kindness never truly vanishes. It simply rests in memory, waiting for an old melody to wake it up again. At high noon on the savannah, the sun is more than just a celestial body. It is a dominant entity, a giant pouring down skin-searing rays onto a vast cauldron. The air is thick, vibrating with heat waves that make the horizon shimmer and dance in a display of harshness. In that suffocating silence, every creature seems to have surrendered, retreating into rare patches of shade to await the mercy of dusk. Only the steady hum of a patrol vehicle shatters the stillness of the dust. David, a ranger from the Savanna Whisperer team, wiped away the beads of sweat rolling down his temples. He was used to the silence of the plains at this hour, but today, something felt wrong. A small, out-of-place movement on the dusty red road ahead caught his eye. A tiny white speck, standing out like a pearl dropped in the heart of a desert. It was a white lion cub, a rare treasure of nature. But strangely, it wasn't running away. On the contrary, the cub seemed to summon its last bit of strength to rush toward the vehicle. As David pulled to a stop, the cub reared up, its hind legs trembling on the scorching ground, while its front paws clawed at the truck door, right against the Ranger emblem. Its sapphire blue eyes didn't sparkle with the playfulness of a young animal. Instead, they held utter panic and a desperate plea that transcended the language barrier between man and beast. David lowered the window, and a gust of sweltering heat rushed in along with the animal's raspy whimpers. He realized with a shock, this little one wasn't looking for a handout. It was searching for a miracle to save something more important than its own life. David didn't take long to make his decision. In the ranger profession, there are rules about not interfering with natural processes, but the moment a wild cub asks a human for help, it is no longer just nature. It is a premonition of an anomaly. He shifted into gear, letting the car roll slowly behind the small white figure flickering in and out of sight. Every few yards, the cub would stop and look back at the truck, as if to ensure its savior was still following. Its tiny paws seemed to no longer feel the pain of the parched earth, which was hot enough to scald any living thing. The deeper they went into the core of the savanna, the more treacherous the terrain became. The vehicle jolted violently over cracked fissures, red dust billowing behind like a long tail of anxiety. David scanned the surroundings through his binoculars. He began to notice strange signs a layman would miss. Crushed grass not flattened by animal hooves, and deep tire tracks of motorcycles. The specific knobby tires used by poachers to navigate the wilderness. "Damn it," David muttered, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. He knew the rarity of white lions made them a lucrative target for the black market. Poachers didn't just want skins or bones. They craved live animals for luxury private collections. A nightmare scenario played out in David's mind. Perhaps the mother had been attacked or captured, leaving this cub stranded in the circle of death. The midday heat felt as though it wanted to incinerate everything. Even with the AC on full blast, David felt the external heat seeping through every crack. Through the windshield, he saw the cub begin to stagger. It was exhausted. Its fur was no longer pristine, but matted with dust and sweat. Every step was now a monumental feat of will. At one point, it collapsed under a dry thorn bush, but a second later, it forced itself up, letting out a weak but urgent cry toward David. It was a wordless language that resonated louder than any roar. David had never seen a young creature with such resilience and loyalty. He reached for his water bottle, poured some into a small tray, and stepped out momentarily to place it by the bush. The cub didn't drink. It only looked at the water, then gazed toward a dense thicket in the distance with pained eyes. It wanted to save that relief for someone else. David shivered, not from cold, but from a sudden wave of empathy. He rushed back into the truck, urging himself to go faster. Somewhere out there, under the ancient acacia trees, a tragedy was unfolding, and time was bleeding out with every breath of the savanna. The vehicle came to a sudden halt under the shade of an old acacia tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like withered arms clawing at the scorching sky. The lion cub stopped running. It stood still, body trembling, staring toward a thicket shrouded in gray parachute cords. David stepped out, the heat hitting his face like a hammer, but what took his breath away more was the sight before him. The lioness, once a symbol of authority and power, lay struggling in a deadly cocoon. It was a sophisticated snare set by poachers, nylon netting reinforced with incredibly strong steel cables. The mesh was tightly wrapped around her limbs. Every time she struggled, the cords bit deeper into her flesh, creating bloody gashes. Worse, a loop of rope had tightened around her throat, reducing the queen of the savanna's breath to ragged, weak wheezes. Under the 40 degrees Celsius heat, the nylon began to melt and stick to her golden fur, adding to the agony. As David approached with rescue tools in hand, the survival instinct of a cornered beast flared up. Summoning her last reserves, the mother raised her head and let out a raspy, threatening growl. Her eyes, bloodshot and wild, fixed on David with intense hatred and suspicion. To her, any human at this moment was the embodiment of those who had caused her suffering. David froze. He was less than 2 meters from her claws. One wrong move could cost him his life, but if he retreated, the lioness would surely die of heat stroke and suffocation within 15 minutes. "Easy, girl. I'm here to help," David said in a low, steady voice, the whispering technique he had practiced for 10 years. He avoided eye contact to prevent provocation, instead slowly kneeling on the hot sand, making himself small to appear non-threatening. In that heart-stopping moment, a miracle occurred. The snow-white cub, showing no fear, walked slowly into the space between David and its mother. It approached the lioness's head, whimpering softly and licking her ear, as if using its own language to vouch for the stranger. It nuzzled her neck, then turned back to David with an imploring gaze. As if understanding its child's plea, the mother's body gradually relaxed, though her eyes never left the bolt cutters in David's hand. The wind whistled through the dry acacia branches, mingling with the heavy breathing of 2 species facing one another. David felt sweat stinging his eyes, blurring his vision, but his hands had to remain steady. He began to inch forward, the cold blade of the cutters touching the first cable tightening around the animal's throat. One wrong twitch, and the lioness might lash out in a reflex. This was more than a medical rescue. It was a gamble of faith between man and beast, where the smallest mistake would be paid for in blood. Amidst the eerie silence, a foreign sound echoed from the horizon, the roar of motorcycle engines tearing through the thick air. David's heart hammered against his ribs. He knew that sound. The poachers were returning to check on their prize. They usually traveled in groups of 2 or 3, armed and ready to do anything to protect a catch worth tens of thousands of dollars. Pressure weighed heavy on David's shoulders. He was alone, facing a 200 kilograms injured lioness, with gunmen closing in. "Faster, David, faster," he urged himself, his gloved hands shaking. He positioned the cutters on the primary rope, the one strangling the lioness. Every time he adjusted the tool, the lioness flinched, her pained wheezes tightening his own chest. The cub stood its ground, using its small body to shield its mother, its eyes giving David strength. Snap! The first rope gave way. The lioness took a deep, gasping breath, her chest heaving violently. But that was just the beginning. The melting nylon was fused to her sensitive skin. David had to use a specialized knife, carefully slicing millimeter by millimeter to avoid tearing her hide. Sweat dripped onto the blade, salty and hot. By now, the sound of the engines was so close David could see the red dust clouds rising in the distance. He had less than 3 minutes before facing dark muzzles. In a moment of sheer desperation, David played his last card. He reached into the cabin and activated the patrol car's emergency siren. The wail blasted across the savannah, a signal of law and authority. He knew this would make the poachers hesitate, but it was a double-edged sword. The noise could send the lioness into a blind panic. "Stay calm, girl. Trust me one more time," he whispered. His voice was drowned out by the siren, but his composure seemed to radiate outward. The lioness did not maul him. She lay still, enduring the pain as David decisively cut the final patch of mesh clinging to her hind leg. The last cord snapped, freeing the queen of the savannah from her deadly cocoon. But she was too weak to stand. David grabbed a large water jug from the truck and poured a cool stream over her head and neck. The sensation of cold in the middle of the furnace seemed to wake her survival instinct. In the distance, the poachers' bikes skidded to a halt at the sight of the flashing lights and the sound of the siren. They hesitated, looked at each other, and decided to turn back, disappearing into the thick brush. They weren't foolish enough to confront a ranger once their position was blown. David exhaled in relief, but he didn't leave immediately. He watched as the mother slowly opened her eyes and looked at her white cub. The battle with the poachers was won, but the fight for their survival had one final, moving chapter left. The sound of the poachers' engines faded into the horizon, returning the savanna to its natural silence, save for the wind rustling through the dry grass. David stood there, his breathing finally stabilizing. He didn't rush away. He knew that the physical rescue was only half the journey. The mental and physical recovery would determine whether this mother and child survived in the unforgiving wild. David poured the last drops of water into a small plastic tray and placed it right before the mother's nose. In the sweltering heat, cool water was more precious than gold. The lioness stirred, licking the water slowly, regaining her vitality drop by drop. The white cub, which hadn't left its mother's side, began nuzzling her freed fur, letting out soft chirps like an apology after a long nightmare. 10 minutes later, a miracle happened, something David would remember for the rest of his life. The mother slowly pushed her trembling legs against the earth, struggling to stand. She looked at David. It wasn't the look of a predator seeking a target, nor the hatred of a cornered animal. It was a deep, soulful gaze, containing understanding and respect between two species. In that brief moment, all boundaries vanished. The lioness slightly bowed her head, an unconscious yet majestic gesture, before turning to lead her small child toward the greener thickets in the distance. David leaned against his truck, watching the two silhouettes, one large, one small, fade behind the acacia trees. He looked down at his palms, where the marks of the cable and the heat of the savanna still lingered. He realized that in this encounter, he hadn't just saved them. The cub had saved his faith in this grueling work. It reminded him that nature has its own voice, and if we are quiet enough to listen, we see miracles even in the darkest circumstances. We often pride ourselves on being the protectors of the savanna, David said softly into his dash cam. But sometimes the savanna is the one that teaches us how to be more human. He gathered the shredded netting and cables, the remnants of cruelty, and threw them into the back of the truck. They would be evidence to hunt down the poachers. But more importantly, they were symbols of a victory of compassion over greed. If the story of the white lion and Ranger David touched your heart, it is because the connection between humans and nature remains powerful. We aren't just protecting rare species. We are protecting the soul of this planet. Help us spread this message by hitting the like and subscribe buttons to join our rangers on their next rescue missions. Every small action you take is a ray of hope for the whispers of the savanna to be heard. Thank you for being here, for believing in kindness and the power of faith. Always be kind to the wild, because sometimes a small scratch on a car door is an invitation for you to become a hero. Dawn on the Kenyan border does not always bring life. Sometimes it only exposes the remnants of a long, bloody night. The pale yellow light of the rising sun cast long shadows over Amani's battered Jeep as he traversed the arid landscape. Amani, a ranger whose face was etched with the crow's feet of sun, wind, and sorrow, was carrying a cargo that made his heart tighten. It was Asani, a lion cub only 2 months old, huddled on the floor of the vehicle. Asani was not just an orphan. He was the sole witness to a brutal poaching raid that had wiped out his entire pride in a matter of hours. The name Asani meant the rebel, but at that moment, the only rebellion within him was a faint breath struggling to snatch life from the hands of death. When the car pulled up at the rescue center, Amani cradled the little one in his arms. He felt a tremor pulsing through the tufts of fur matted with dust and dried blood. Asani's eyes did not look at him. They stared blankly into the void, a gaze of total emptiness and a complete loss of faith in the world. With 10 years of experience in the wilderness, Amani understood that while physical wounds could heal, the fear in those eyes was an abyss difficult to fill. He whispered into the cub's ear, a promise between two men of the savannah. "Welcome to the world of humans, little king. I am sorry for this bitter beginning, but I will not let you be alone." The journey to revive a king began not with roars, but with meticulous care in a small room smelling of milk and decaying wood. Amani knew that for an orphan cub, the greatest enemy was not a hyena or a leopard, but internal exhaustion. Lion cubs have extremely sensitive digestive systems. Ordinary cow's milk is nothing short of poison to them. Thus, during those first few nights, the lights in the rescue station's lab never went out. Amani worked tirelessly over test tubes and a small stove, perfecting a formula he called the legacy of perseverance. He used pure coconut oil as a key ingredient. The coconut oil provided a specific type of easily absorbable fat, almost perfectly mimicking the richness and nutrition of a lioness's milk. Every drop of white milk mixed with coconut oil was a fragile hope pumped into Asani's fading body. Watching the cub begin to suckle weakly at the bottle, then gradually grow stronger, Amani knew he had won the first battle against death. But life needs more than just calories. It needs a sense of belonging. Lions are the ultimate social animals, and a lonely lion will die of depression before it dies of hunger. At the center, a unique kindergarten model was established. Each orphan cub like Asani had surrogate mothers, rangers who rotated shifts 24/7. They didn't just feed them, they lived with them. Amani spread a thick layer of straw in the enclosure and placed an old mattress right next to Asani's sleeping spot. During the freezing Kenyan nights with winds whistling through the gaps in the walls, Amani covered the little one with a thick wool blanket. The warmth from his body helped calm Asani after nightmares of a horrific poaching night. However, there was an ironclad rule: no dependency allowed. To ensure Asani could return to the wild, the caregivers had to rotate every few weeks. No matter how attached Amani became, he had to steal his heart and hand his child over to a colleague. This helped Asani understand that humans were merely temporary companions, not a single mother figure to cling to. This rotation kept the predatory instincts of a hunter from being eroded by pampering. As the sun rose high, the real survival lessons began. Amani would lead Asani on walks through the dry grasses of the savannah. These were not aimless strolls. He taught the cub to read the scent of the wind, where messages of distant antelope herds or lurking enemies were hidden. Amani would mimic low growls to teach him how to crouch low and glide silently through the tall grass like a ghost. Every time Asani pounced on a dry stalk or an old tire, Amani smiled. Those silent lessons were the first bricks in rebuilding the crown for the future king, preparing for the day he would no longer need human hands. The savannah is not only made of golden sunlight and peaceful walks, it also harbors harsh stormy nights where fragile lives are easily crushed. One night at the end of the rainy season, the temperature in the Kenyan highlands plummeted. Asani, whose immune system was still underdeveloped, fell into a violent fever. He no longer had the strength to stand. His breath was ragged, and his small body shook violently under the wool blanket. That night, Amani did not leave the enclosure for a single minute. Under the flickering light of an oil lamp, he turned himself into a shield for the cub. Asani's fever lasted for hours, leaving him dehydrated and fading. Amani knew this was the turning point. He would either pull through or never wake up again. With calloused but incredibly gentle hands, Amani persistently fed him spoonfuls of warm coconut oil milk. Every 15 minutes, he used cool water to wipe Asani's belly and pause to bring down the heat. Time seemed to stand still in the wooden shack. The sound of torrential rain on the tin roof mingled with the cub's painful wheezing. Empty milk bottles began to litter the straw floor, a testament to a relentless fight against the reaper. Finally, at 3 a.m., when the oil lamp had burned down to half its wick and emitted a thin trail of smoke, the fever began to break. Asani's heart rate stabilized, and his breathing no longer rattled. It was then that a sacred moment occurred, a moment that would later be preserved forever as a symbol of boundless love. Exhausted from a long day and a sleepless night of vigil, Amani drifted off right there on the dusty straw. He leaned against the wooden wall, his head tilted to one side in an unplanned sleep. Feeling the warmth and safety from his protector, Asani, now more alert, did not run away or show fear. He slowly crawled closer, curled up, and tucked his head into the crook of Amani's arm. He found a man's heartbeat as his only anchor in an unstable world. The hanging oil lamps cast a warm golden glow, milk bottles were scattered on the floor, and two beings of different species relied on each other amidst the pungent scent of dry straw and warm milk. It was no longer a relationship between a ranger and a wild beast, but a convergence of two souls seeking solace. In his fitful sleep, Amani's hand instinctively rested on Asani's back in a protective gesture. The wilderness outside might have been cold and cruel that night, but inside that small shack, life had triumphed through the simplest weapon, the presence of kinship. That moment reminded us that in the face of the pain of being an orphan and the fragility of life, all barriers of species become meaningless. Asani's miraculous recovery after that fateful night brought great joy to the rescue station. The cub was beginning to mature. Tufts of a mane appeared around his neck, and his stride carried the grace of a true predator. However, it was also at this time that Amani began to notice a quiet change in the soul of his little friend. It started on moonlit nights, when the Tsavo Savanna was bathed in a hazy silver. Amani often woke up in the middle of the night to check on the animals, and that was when he discovered Asani's secret. When Amani pretended to sleep, the young lion no longer huddled in his arms as before. Instead, he would quietly stand up, stepping as light as a ghost on the straw, and walk straight to the porch, the threshold between human warmth and the infinite darkness of the wild. Asani would sit there, as motionless as a statue carved from marble. His golden eyes did not look at the milk bottles, nor toward the bed where Amani lay. He stared intently into the endless void of the horizon, where baobab trees rose like giant arms under the moonlight. From that small chest, a deep, guttural sound emerged. It was not the powerful roar of a reigning lord, but a broken, melancholic growl. It was as if he were calling out to a lost family, communicating with the spirits of ancestors lingering in the wilderness wind. Watching from behind the door, Amani's heart tightened with an indescribable ache. A feeling of guilt mixed with sorrow washed over the experienced ranger. He suddenly realized a harsh truth. I save his life, but I can never be his home. No matter how many warm blankets he provided, how many sweet bottles of milk he prepared, or how much comfort he gave, Asani's heart would always beat for the dark, wild land out there. That night's growl was the affirmation of instinct, the invisible thread pulling Asani away from human arms to return to where he truly belonged. This psychological turning point threw Amani into a fierce internal struggle. A part of him, a very human and selfish part, wanted to keep the cub a little longer to hear his footsteps on the ground every morning. But the ranger in him reminded him, if he kept him one more day, he was robbing him of his identity and his right to be king for one more day. The greatest love is not possession, but the courage to prepare for a goodbye. Amani stood silent in the dark, salty tears blending with the dust of the savannah. He knew their time in the shack was ending. It was time to accelerate the reintegration process, to help Asani shed the human scent and don the majesty of a wild lion. It was a painful decision, but the ultimate salvation he could offer his small friend. The journey from the small shack to freedom was a path defined by the challenge of letting go. Asani was gradually moved to a larger, semi-wild area, a transition station where iron fences thinned out to make way for the vastness of nature. Here, Amani no longer slept with him on the straw. Warm coconut oil milk was replaced by natural food sources, and gentle coaxing was replaced by silent observation from distance. Amani had to steel his heart when he saw Asani looking around in confusion for his familiar figure. But he understood he had to become a stranger so the cub could truly become a king. The day to remove the final fence finally arrived on a savannah afternoon dyed in amber. The heavy iron gates swung open, revealing a trail leading deep into the valley where a wild pride had been located beforehand. Amani stood on the jeep, gripping the roll bar, his eyes never leaving Asani. The adolescent lion stepped across the final boundary slowly. He stopped and turned his head toward Amani, a deep gaze that seemed to convey a final farewell to the man who gave him a second life. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Asani turned away. He vanished into the tall grass, never looking back. Amani stood there, amidst the harsh Kenyan sun, feeling his heart empty yet weightless. He had returned the crown to its most rightful heir. Years passed, and Amani's hair turned as white as dry grass in a drought. During a routine patrol in the core of the reserve, he stopped his vehicle before a famous high rock outcrop. Atop the peak, a powerful pride leader with a thick, dark mane stood majestically, his golden eyes overlooking the kingdom at his feet. It was Asani. Amani recognized him not just by his form, but by that exact posture, sitting motionless and looking out over the savannah, the same way he had on the porch during those old moonlit nights. The climax did not come from an attack, but from a sacred moment of recognition. The massive lion turned his head, and his eyes met Amani's in the stillness. He let out a thunderous roar that shook the dry air, but the roar held no threat. It was deep and benevolent, like an affirmation. I am home, and I still remember you. It was a wordless greeting between two old friends, a reverse salvation from nature to the man who had dedicated his life to protecting it. Asani gave a slight nod, a gesture both majestic and familiar, then turned to walk with his pride and his cubs, disappearing into the burning red sunset that saturated the horizon. Amani stood still by his jeep for a long time, his hand unconsciously touching an old scar, a trace from the early, clumsy days of caring for the small cub. He smiled with contentment amidst the silence of the wilderness. He realized that over the years, he wasn't the only one who saved Asani. It was Asani's strong growth and his roar of freedom that had healed the gaps in Amani's own heart, helping him believe again in the power of life after so much loss. The greatest love for nature, it turned out, was not to possess it, but to have enough courage to let go and protect the journey home for the kings. If the story of Asani's journey home has touched your heart, please press the subscribe button and turn on notifications to journey with us. Every subscription is not just support for the channel, but a way for us to spread faith in love and compassion for the wild world. Please leave a comment about your feelings, as we always cherish every connection from you. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next journeys. Amidst the vast expanse of the African savanna, where the sun casts brilliant golden streaks and the roar of predators asserts authority, there lies a hidden corner bathed in a haunting silence. In the twilight shadows of a dry rock crevice, only the gasping, intermittent, and trembling breaths of a tiny creature fading from exhaustion can be heard. As the first rays of dawn creep through the thorn bushes, they do not reveal the majesty of nature, but rather illuminate a painful tragedy. Leo, a gaunt lion cub caked in mud and dried blood, is huddled into a small, frail ball. His amber eyes are wide, filled with a deep horror, as if he is still witnessing the brutal events of the previous night. Not far away, the wild, ghostly laughter of hyenas still lingers in the wind before vanishing into the void, leaving Leo alone in a world that has just lost everything. Leo is not just an orphan. He is a soul shattered before he even had the chance to grow. When rescuers found Leo, they realized that while the scars on his flesh would heal, the wounds in his mind might bleed forever. While other cubs might stretch and curiously greet the world, Leo chose to withdraw into the darkness, refusing all connection. An invisible fear strangled the instincts of a future king, turning him into a stranger to his own kind. A painful question is posed to us all. What happens when a king forgets the royal blood flowing in his veins? What happens when every time you look down into the water, you don't see your own reflection, but the monster that took your family away? Leo was living in a distorted reality, where an ordinary mirror could become a gateway to a hell of memories. At the Wildlife Rescue Center, Leo was now physically safe, but his soul remained trapped somewhere in the dark night of the past. The high walls and abundant food could not bring him peace. Instead of playing or exploring his new environment, Leo spent most of his time pressing himself into the darkest corner of his enclosure, his eyes constantly guarding against the slightest movement. Dr. Sarah, an animal psychologist with boundless patience, observed Leo for hours through a small peephole. She noticed a peculiar behavior. Leo had an intense fear of anything reflective. He would bolt if he caught his reflection in a stainless steel water trough, and he absolutely refused to drink if the water in the semi-wild area was as still as a flat sheet of paper. To understand this obsession, Sarah decided on a bold experiment. She installed a large, heavy-duty mirror in the middle of Leo's living space. This was not merely a scientific test, but an effort to force him to face the ghost that gnawed at his soul every day. When the curtain covering the mirror was drawn back, the air in the room seemed to thicken. Leo's racing heartbeat could be heard through his frantic breaths. As he slowly and tremblingly approached the glass, all surrounding sounds seemed to fade, leaving only the whistle of the wind through the leaves and the thumping in his chest, vibrating with terror. Then, horror struck. Through Leo's eyes, reality was warped by immense pain. He did not see a golden-furred cub. Instead, in his traumatized mind, Leo saw a fierce hyena with jagged fangs, standing right behind the glass and watching him with hungry eyes. This was the killer who had taken his mother's life, the one who sowed terror on that fateful night. Leo went wild, letting out heart-wrenching cries, a hybrid sound between a weak roar and a desperate sob. He lunged at the mirror, using his tiny claws to peer at the cold glass surface, trying to destroy the monster taunting him. But the painful truth was that the more he attacked, the more aggressively the hyena fought back, mirroring his every move with precision. Sarah stood frozen, watching from a distance, her heart swelling with infinite pity. She realized that Leo wasn't just afraid of hyenas. He was afraid of himself because he believed he had become the embodiment of weakness and failure. In the harsh world of lions, the loser is often erased, and Leo was punishing himself for surviving alone. He looked in a mirror and saw an enemy because, in his heart, he felt he no longer deserved the title of a great beast. The days that followed were stalemate. Leo refused to eat, his already gaunt frame becoming even more emaciated. Every time he saw the mirror, he fell into a state of extreme panic, curling up and tucking his head between his legs, like a child trying to escape the real world. Sarah knew that if she couldn't help Leo change how he saw himself, this lion would die of exhaustion before he ever grew up. This was no longer a battle against an inanimate object. It was a war to reclaim the identity of a king from the ghosts of the past. Seeing Leo collapse, Dr. Sarah understood that if she used force or coercion, she would lose the cub's trust forever. She decided on a strategy she called silent presence. Sarah did not remove the mirror, but she covered it with a soft cloth and moved it to the furthest edge of the enclosure. She wanted Leo to get used to its existence as a harmless object rather than a direct threat. Every day, Sarah spent hours sitting outside the fence, a safe distance away. She did not look him in the eye, an act considered a challenge in the animal world, but simply sat there, reading a book or murmuring in a steady, warm tone. This was the phase of building the bridge of trust. Sarah began using gentle connection techniques. She brought toys scented with savanna grass or cloths carrying the scent of adult lions to stimulate the instincts buried deep within Leo. Initially, Leo remained curled in the corner, but Sarah's persistence began to pay off. His small ears started to twitch at the sound of her voice. Curiosity, the feline's strongest trait, gradually began to win over fear. One afternoon, after nearly a month, Leo dared to step out of the shadows to sniff the cloth Sarah had left near the fence. It was a small victory, but a giant leap in the psychology of a traumatized soul. As Leo began to accept Sarah's presence, she took another step in the therapy, facing the ghost. Every day, Sarah raised the cloth covering the mirror by just a few inches. At first, Leo growled again, but because of the distance and Sarah's reassuring presence, he no longer lunged in a frenzy. Sarah started using toys to distract him. She used a long feather to play with Leo right in front of the mirror. As Leo focused on chasing the feather, he accidentally caught glimpses of his own shadow in the mirror. This time, instead of seeing a full hyena, he saw a faint silhouette moving in sync with him. Sarah realized that the key to healing Leo was helping him reconnect with his own body. He needed to understand that those legs, that tail, and those eyes were his, not the enemy's. She began reflex stimulation exercises.
That's it.
When Leo lifted his left paw, the image in the mirror lifted its left paw. He began to stop, tilting his head left and right, observing intently. The tension in Leo's chest seemed to ease every time he recognized the absolute correlation between his actions and the shadow before him. It was a process of relearning from scratch, much like a child learning to recognize themselves. These moments lacked dramatic flair, but were filled with the power of patience. Leo began to eat more. His ragged fur gradually became smooth and glossy. He no longer shunned the light. Sarah knew the fear of the hyena was still there, lurking in the folds of his memory. But now Leo had a new weapon, his own presence. He began to learn that while the past could be a nightmare, the present was a reality he could touch, feel, and control. This thawing was slow, but it was as firm as roots gripping the earth after a great storm. The real turning point came on a stormy afternoon, when the Savanna sky suddenly turned a deep purple and dark clouds rolled in, bringing the cold breath of the early rains. Thunder rumbled from the horizon, a sound that to Leo was no different from the gunshots of years ago or the cackling of hyenas on that fateful night. The space grew dark, and flashes of lightning tore through the sky, creating dancing ghosts on the walls. Leo began to lose control. He ran frantically through the enclosure, his breath coming in gasps, his eyes clouded with the rising terror. In his panic, he charged straight toward the giant mirror, which Sarah had now completely uncovered. In a blinding flash of lightning, Leo froze. In the mirror, the image of that fierce hyena appeared again, larger and more terrifying than ever under the blue light of the bolt. It bared its teeth, its eyes red as if mocking his weakness. Leo let out a cry of pain, but this time, instead of running or attacking wildly, he stood still. A surge of primal instinct suddenly ignited in his small chest. Leo looked down at his paws, claws that were sharper now, muscles that had grown firm after months of care. He looked back at the image in the mirror, and for the first time, he realized an obvious truth. The monster was also trembling. It wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It was merely a reflection of his own fear. In that breathless moment of confrontation, Leo no longer saw a pitiful orphan cub. He saw a creature whose mane was beginning to grow, with amber eyes burning with a fire that no longer sought escape. A powerful sense of self-awareness washed over him. Leo stepped close to the mirror, his breath fogging the cold glass. He didn't lunge to kill. Instead, he slowly pressed his forehead against the glass. It was a gesture of acceptance. He was touching his pain, touching the enemy in his mind to say, "I am no longer afraid of you." At that moment, thunder crashed directly overhead, but Leo did not flinch. He gathered his strength, puffed out his chest, and let out a roar. A true lion's roar, no longer the hoarse whimper of the hunted. That roar echoed throughout the sanctuary, drowning out the wind and rain, marking the collapse of a long-held illusion. The hyena in his mind vanished completely, replaced by the image of a young king standing tall and proud in the heart of the storm. Sarah, watching from afar, burst into tears. She knew that from this moment on, the mirror had fulfilled its mission. It was no longer a door to hell, but a witness to a rebirth. Leo no longer saw the enemy in the mirror because he had finally found himself. Time passed over the savannah like a restless river, carrying the painful memories of the past deep into the earth. Leo was no longer the shy cub of yesterday. He had grown into a majestic adult, with a golden mane shimmering under the sun and the powerful gait of a true lord. The sanctuary was no longer a prison protecting him, but a kingdom where he belonged. Every evening at dusk, Leo would stand on the highest rock, gazing out into the distance. When he looked down at the still pond at his feet, he no longer searched for ghosts or fierce hyenas. The reflection in the clear blue water was a proud beast with eyes shining with confidence. That gaze did not just represent physical strength. It was the symbol of a soul healed and mended from broken pieces. The greatest change in Leo was not in his physique, but in a strange empathy he held for the world around him. One day, the center received a new member, Kina, a lion cub who had just experienced a tragedy similar to Leo's. Kina curled up in a dark corner, her eyes filled with terror and despair, refusing all help from humans. Witnessing this scene, like seeing a mirror of his younger self, Leo did something that amazed all the rescuers. Instead of asserting territorial dominance, Leo slowly approached the fence separating the two areas. He didn't growl and challenge, but emitted low, vibrating purrs, a specific reassuring sound lions use to comfort their own. Leo stood there, as patient as Dr. Sarah had once been for him. He found a way to catch Kina's attention and led the small cub to a puddle left after the rain, where the sunlight sparkled. When Kina looked down at the water and began to tremble at the old illusions, Leo gently used his large paw to touch the water's surface, creating ripples that blurred the haunting reflection. Then, he lowered his head, nuzzling his mane against the iron bars as a promise of protection and sharing. That act was a transmission of hope. Leo had transformed his pain into a medicine for others. He proved that when we overcome our own darkness, we become a light for the path of others. Leo's story ends with a resonating message. In life, each of us has mirrors that reflect our fears, weaknesses, and past failures. But if we are brave enough not to turn away, and persistent enough to look through those illusions, we will realize that the power to change our destiny always lies within ourselves. Leo didn't just survive, he truly lived. His roar echoed across the land, no longer a cry of despair, but the anthem of a king who had reclaimed the throne within his own soul. In the deep reaches of a Georgia wildlife sanctuary, an eerie silence hung over enclosure number 9. Normally, this place would echo with the proud chest beating or the deep roars of a creature at the top of the food chain. But now, all that remained was the heavy, labored breathing emanating from a dark corner. Beneath the shadow of a cold concrete wall, a massive hunk of dark muscle huddled in. That was Atlas, a silverback gorilla weighing over 400 pounds, once a symbol of wild power and majesty. But for 3 months now, Atlas was no longer the king everyone knew. He sat there, motionless as a derelict stone statue, his giant, rough hands pressed tightly over his face, shielding his eyes. Atlas had chosen a painful self-blindness. The world's leading primate experts had come and gone, baffled as to why such an intelligent creature refused to look at the sky, refused to look at his caregivers, and rejected every effort to connect with the outside world. He suffered no physical injury, yet his spirit had imprisoned itself in the darkest of cells. If one were to travel back in time to the ancient forests of the Congo years ago, the cause of this pain would slowly emerge. That night, the headlights of poachers tore through the darkness, and a sharp crack of rifles stole Atlas's entire family before his eyes. Atlas was the sole survivor, but he didn't leave the forest alone. He carried the ghost of survivor's guilt. To Atlas, light was no longer a gift of nature, but a reminder of the horrific night he lost his kingdom and his loved ones. How do you save a giant who has decided that there is nothing left in this world worth seeing? The air inside the sanctuary's executive office was so tense that it felt as if a single spark could ignite the whole room. On the large screen, Atlas's biological charts showed ominous downward slopes. His cortisol levels, the stress hormone, had long ago exceeded safe limits, while his food intake was nearly zero. Atlas was dying, not from a visible disease, but because his soul had given up the fight. Standing before the board, Sarah, a woman with a steady gaze and a heart dedicated to healing animal trauma, was trying to convince them one last time. She didn't use dry medical jargon. She spoke with the voice of someone who understood pain. She knew that if they continued to use sedatives or medical force, they would end up with nothing but a soulless corpse. "We have tried everything," Sarah said, her voice low but clear in the silent room. Music therapy, the finest fruits, even simulated true calls. But Atlas does not react. Why? Because he is punishing himself. He believes that because he was the strongest, he should have been the one to fall that night, not his family. To pull him out of the darkness, we don't need a doctor. We need a mirror, someone who speaks the same language of loss but has not yet forgotten how to hope. That was when she proposed Cooper, a 4-month-old orphan lion cub recently rescued from similar tragedy across the ocean. Cooper was tiny, with a golden coat and a strange, innocent aura. He knew nothing of the predator's hierarchy, nor did he know that he should fear a giant like Atlas. Immediately, a wave of fierce protest erupted. "Are you crazy, Sarah?" one director exclaimed. "Atlas is a silverback suffering from severe psychological trauma. He could crush that cub with a single swing of his hand without even opening his eyes. This is irresponsible." Sarah looked directly at the surveillance monitor, where Atlas still sat like a dark block of stone in the corner. "Look at him," she replied. "Atlas is not a violent beast. He is a soldier who is mentally exhausted. He doesn't attack anyone because he doesn't even dare to touch himself. Cooper is a fragile creature, and that fragility is the only weapon we have. Atlas needs a reason to protect someone again. He needs to see that he still has value to another life." After hours of heated debate, Sarah finally received a reluctant nod. It wasn't necessarily an agreement born of trust, but of desperation. Project Lighthouse was officially activated. Sarah knew she was betting her career and Cooper's life on a vague hope. That compassion is an instinct stronger than fear. That night, Sarah sat alone outside Cooper's enclosure. She watched the little cub chasing a dry leaf, completely unaware that tomorrow he would enter the den of a collapsing giant. She whispered a prayer, not for herself, but for two orphan souls about to face each other in a gamble of destiny. That afternoon, the pale golden sunlight of Georgia filtered through the gaps in the high ceiling, casting weak streaks of light onto the concrete walls of enclosure number 9. The space was so quiet that one could hear their own heart racing. Sarah stood in the observation room, her hands gripping the edge of the table, her eyes fixed on the monitor. The heavy iron door slid aside with a dry screech. Cooper, the tiny lion cub, looked around in confusion. To him, this was just a new playground with strange scents. Cooper carried no submissive hesitation. He trotted across the ground, his ears perked up, listening. In the opposite corner, Atlas remained still, a massive dark silhouette submerged in a self-imposed shadow. His hands were still clamped over his face, an absolute refusal of the outside world. As Cooper approached Atlas, the breathing of everyone in the observation room seemed to stop. The distance between destructive power and innocent fragility was narrowing inch by inch. Cooper stopped just a few feet away from Atlas. He tilted his head, curiously observing the large, trembling creature before him. Perhaps, by some miraculous instinct, Cooper felt no threat. He felt a sadness. He sensed the cold radiating from the giant's solitude. And then, a miraculous moment occurred. Cooper reached out his tiny paw and lightly touched Atlas's muscular arm. It was a gentle touch, devoid of malice, but it carried the weight of calm. In Atlas's world, for months, the only thing he had felt was the darkness and the pain of memory. Caregivers usually approached him through bars or with cold needles. But this was something entirely different, a soft, warm, and living touch. Atlas shivered. His thick skin and rippling muscles quivered as if an electric current had passed through them. He didn't push it away, nor did he roar in a show of dominance. In Atlas's heart, that touch was like a tiny ray of light piercing the pitch-black shroud of that night in the Congo. It made Atlas remember a feeling long lost, the feeling of touching another life without the accompaniment of death or fear. Cooper persisted, seeing that the black rock did not react violently. The cub moved closer, nuzzling his head against Atlas's knee, making small chirping sounds as if seeking protection. Atlas still hadn't lowered his hands, but his shoulders were no longer hunched in tension. The giant fingers began to loosen their grip on his face. On the other side of the glass, Sarah held her breath, tears beginning to well in her eyes. She realized she was right. Atlas didn't need someone to teach him how to be strong. He needed someone to show him that weakness also needs a place to lean. Cooper's touch was not just physical contact. It was a silent dialogue between two orphaned souls. One who had lost everything and was rejecting the future, facing another who had also lost everything but was desperate to keep living. In that moment, the world around them seemed to vanish, leaving only the intersection of two heartbeats trying to find a way to heal each other. The air in the sanctuary seemed to thicken as Atlas began his first movements after a long period of stasis. Those dark, rough fingers, like the bark of an ancient tree, began to pull away from his face. It was a slow, painful process, like a rusted door groaning open to catch the light. Atlas didn't drop his hands immediately. He peered through a small gap between his giant fingers. For 3 months, Atlas had feared that if he opened his eyes, he would see the flashing headlights of poachers, the black barrels of rifles, and hear the screams of his kin again. However, instead of those deathly images, the first thing to enter his vision was a golden speck. It was Cooper. The lion cub did not back down. Seeing Atlas move, Cooper became even more excited. He let out high-pitched cheeps, the frail but vibrant sound of a child. Cooper began to use his small nose to nudge Atlas's palm, then tucked his tiny head right under the giant's arm, seeking the most natural shelter. And then, the final defensive wall in Atlas's soul crumbled. The massive hands that had been used to hide from reality slowly lowered completely, revealing a gaunt face with deep wrinkles of suffering. For the first time in months, Atlas truly looked at another creature. His eyes, once dull with depression, began to sparkle with a strange light as they reflected Cooper's image. A deep, vibrating sound rumbled from deep within Atlas's chest. It wasn't a thunderous roar to assert the power of a king, but a choked whimper, the cry of a soul that had just found its way back from the brink of death. Atlas realized that this tiny creature was as lonely as he was, also carrying the pain of loss. Yet this child was still trying to connect to love. In the observation room, Sarah could not hold back her tears of joy. She saw Atlas reach out a giant finger, one that could easily snap a large branch, and with extreme gentleness, he stroked Cooper's back. The action was clumsy, but contained ultimate tenderness. Atlas no longer saw a potential enemy. He saw a reason to exist. He saw that his strength was not for agonizing over the past, but for protecting the fragility present right before him. Atlas slowly turned around, his haunting, huddled posture replaced by an embracing circle. He gently pulled Cooper closer, letting the cub lean against his thick chest hair. In that moment, Atlas forgave himself. He understood that he could not change what happened in the past, but he had the right to decide the future of the one who needed him now. The instinct of a king, a protector, was truly reborn. The dark night of the Congo receded, making way for a new dawn beginning to creep into the giant's heart. The change that took place at the sanctuary in the following weeks was like a miracle that no medicine could achieve. Atlas was no longer the ghost of Enclosure 9. He began to step out of the shadows, standing under the Georgia's sun without trembling. Caregivers were amazed to see their king eating again, his muscles gradually regaining their former tone. But the greatest miracle wasn't Atlas's health. It was the never-failing presence of a small golden shadow. Cooper became Atlas's shadow. Wherever the giant went, the lion cub would trot along behind, occasionally pouncing on Atlas's heels playfully. Atlas, instead of being annoyed, would often stop, patiently waiting for his little friend to catch up. On hot afternoons, people caught sight of Atlas sitting with his back against the old wall, one hand held high to create a cool shade for Cooper, who was sleeping soundly beneath his feet. The hands that once covered his eyes in total regret had now become the sturdiest shelter for another life. Sarah often stood from a distance, observing them through binoculars, a satisfied smile always on her lips. She knew Project Lighthouse had succeeded beyond expectations. Atlas hadn't just recovered. He had found a new role. He didn't need to be the strongest to fight the ghosts of the past. He just needed to be strong enough to protect the future of an orphan child. In the strange interaction between a gorilla and a lion, the boundaries between species vanished, leaving only pure empathy. One afternoon, as a crimson sunset bathed the sanctuary, Atlas stood tall on the peak of an artificial rock, looking out toward the distant horizon. Cooper stood beside him, trying to mimic the posture of his guardian, stretching his tiny neck to catch the wind. Atlas no longer saw the death lights of the Congo. Now, he saw the beauty of a new day ending in peace. He gently placed his hand on Cooper's shoulder, a gesture confirming a profound bond. The story of Atlas and Cooper spread quickly, bringing hope and emotion to millions of people around the world. It became a profound lesson in healing. That pain, no matter how great, can be soothed by the presence of a kindred soul. Sometimes, we don't need complex solutions to escape our own darkness. We only need a reason to open our eyes, a reason to care for someone else, and a touch sincere enough to remind us that we are never alone. We often think healing comes from being cared for, but for Atlas, it came from realizing he was still needed. He stopped hiding his face not because the world had become perfect, but because he had found something in this world worth looking after. The story of Atlas and Cooper is a testament to the fact that love has no borders, and healing sometimes comes from the connections we least expect. How did you feel witnessing the moment the giant Atlas shed his pain to protect a little lion? Have you ever met a Cooper in your life who helped you through the dark? Share your thoughts in the comments below. We would love to hear from you. If this story brought you a bit of hope and faith and kindness, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Your support is the motivation for us to continue our journey of finding and retelling healing stories from around the world. Thank you for joining us, and see you in the next journey. Amidst the golden grasslands of the Uluru Valley, where nature operates by the harshest and most uncompromising laws, being different is often a death sentence. Yet, on one fiery dawn, a miracle appeared. A baby elephant was born with skin as white as summer clouds, standing out against the dusty brown of the herd and the gray of the river pebbles. We called her Snow, a tiny soul carrying the beauty of the moonlight even under the harshest sun. To the matriarch of the herd, Snow was a wonder, but also an undeniable burden. A historic drought was strangling life in this land, turning water holes into cracked, parched clay. In the frantic race for survival to find water, Snow's sensitive skin began to blister under the sun, and her weak eyes, due to her albinism, prevented her from keeping up with the thundering pace of the herd. In a heartbreaking moment of silence, survival instinct triumphed over maternal love. To save the rest of the herd, the adults were forced to move on, leaving Snow trembling under the thin shadow of a withered acacia tree. A small figure carved from white porcelain, alone against a horizon of hazy dust. This is not just a story of abandonment. It is the journey of a lonely traveler seeking love in the most dangerous places, and of the humans who refuse to let that light fade away. The first night, left behind in the wild, was a symphony of ghosts. For a calf like Snow, the world was a blur of distorted shapes and terrifying sounds. Albinos often suffer from poor vision, and under the dim moonlight, the grass, swaying in the wind, looked like monsters waiting to pounce. By the second day, thirst began to drain her last bit of strength. Her tiny legs shook, and her trunk, usually so curious, hung limp and exhausted. Snow no longer had the strength to search for water. She was searching for a heartbeat, anything to break the suffocating loneliness. It was then that a low, vibrating rumble echoed from afar. To a hunter or a person who knows the land, it was the threatening growl of a predator. But to a calf desperate for warmth, it sounded just like the vibration from a mother's chest. Snow stumbled toward the sound and stopped at the edge of Whispering Rock, the territory of the silver-eyed lion pride. What happened next seemed to defy the cruelest laws of nature. Instead of running, Snow walked directly toward the lions resting in the shade. Her blurred vision and intense need for connection made her believe these majestic creatures, with their golden fur, were a new kind of elephant family. Snow saw a lioness's tail flick and thought it was an invitation. She felt the warmth of their fur and believed she had found where she belonged. The pride was stunned. In the animal kingdom, predators rely on the flight response to trigger their hunting instinct. But Snow did not run. She walked into the center of the pride, sniffed the strange scent, and collapsed, tucking her white head into the flank of a lioness named Saba. For one breathless hour, the lions simply watched this strange creature in silence. Perhaps it was Snow's scent, the smell of an infant still carrying the hint of milk, or her reckless innocence that caused their killer instincts to sleep. They stood there, forming a golden circle of protection around a white gem. However, this was a fragile piece. Lions are not elephant nurturers, and without milk, Snow would soon fade away. She was safe from fangs for now, but she was losing the battle against time and the valley's scorching heat. Snow needed more than a protective circle. She needed a true miracle from human hand before the sun set again. Miles away, at the Sky Blue Rescue Station, a dedicated conservationist named Sarah received an urgent radio call. A field research team had spotted a white ghost moving with a lion pride near Whispering Rock. Sarah knew instantly that this was a fierce race against time. An albino calf won't last 3 days in this heat, she told her team while rushing to pack equipment. If the lions don't get hungry, the sun will be the thing that finishes her. The rescue vehicle tore through the red dust trails toward the silver-eyed territory. When Sarah's team arrived, they witnessed a sight that left everyone speechless. Snow was trying to use her tiny trunk to nuzzle Saba, the lioness. The calf was seeking a comfort that Saba could not provide. The lioness looked confused, almost protective, but the atmosphere in the pride was shifting. The prolonged drought had made food scarce, and this white miracle was beginning to look like a potential meal to the hungry male lions. The rescue required absolute precision. Sarah and her team had to perform a dangerous dance, distracting the predators while approaching the target. Using a combination of diversionary tactics and reinforced land rovers, they slowly separated Snow from the pride. As the rescue team drew near, Snow did not resist. She was too weak. When Sarah placed her hand on the calf's badly damaged skin, Snow let out a soft sigh, like a tiny whistle. It was as if she knew these strange, upright creatures were her last hope. The journey back was a grim ordeal. Once on the truck, Snow was immediately given 4 fluids to combat severe dehydration. Her white skin was coated in a specialized zinc ointment to soothe the sunburnt patches that had turned a painful pink. That night, Sarah did not sleep. She lay on a pile of straw right next to the enclosure. Every few hours, Snow would reach out her tiny trunk, groping through the air until she touched Sarah's hand. She needed to know she was no longer alone in the dark. The first week at Sky Blue was a long string of anxious days and fragile hope. Snow's kidneys were weak, and her spirit seemed trapped back under that lonely acacia tree. At first, she refused to drink the specialized formula. She would stand still in the corner, head bowed, seemingly lost in the pain of abandonment. Sarah understood that elephants have complex emotions. They don't just die of hunger. they can die of a broken heart. To save
We're
Snow,
safe now.
she had to reach
We'll
the
take care
calf's
of you.
soul. Sarah began a unique method, playing low-frequency recordings of wild elephant rumbles, the sounds mothers used to soothe their young. Miraculously, Snow responded. Her ears, usually tucked back in fear, began to fan out. Finally, she took her first bottle, a special formula of coconut milk, vitamins, and protein. It was more than nutrition. It was the first thread connecting Snow to her new life. But the true turning point came when Snow met Baku. Baku was a 10-year-old bull, a veteran resident of the sanctuary. He bore his own scars from a poacher's snare years ago. Baku acted as the gentle uncle responsible for welcoming new members. When Snow was strong enough to enter the communal yard, Baku was waiting. The giant elephant didn't care about her strange white skin, nor did he mind her slow movements or the way she squinted at the light. Baku lumbered over, used his large, scarred trunk to gently wrap around Snow's neck, and let out a deep rumble that vibrated through the ground. For the first time since the drought began, Snow didn't look like a ghost. She looked like a real elephant finding her place. Under Baku's guidance, Snow began to learn the essential survival skills an albino elephant needs. Baku taught Snow how to use her trunk to spray cool mud onto her sensitive skin, a vital natural sunscreen. He taught her how to find the sweetest fruits and how to navigate the sanctuary using sound and smell instead of her weak eyes. The white ghost of Alau was transforming into a playful, vibrant young elephant. She was no longer a mistake of nature, but a testament to its resilience. Watching Snow frolic in the mud, her white skin now stained with the brown of Mother Earth, Sarah realized that Snow wasn't just surviving, she was finding her voice. Today, Snow is no longer a lonely ghost on the savannah. She has become a symbol of hope for the entire Alau region. Although her body still bears the marks of her harsh journey, eyes that must squint against the sun and skin that requires daily care, Snow's spirit is completely healed. She has become a bridge between the wild world and the human heart. When visitors see Snow, they don't just see a rare natural phenomenon. They see the power of choosing to stay when everyone else has walked away. Snow's story teaches us a profound lesson about the world we share. Sometimes in life, we may feel like an albino elephant, different, misunderstood, or left behind by our own herd. There are times we are so desperate that we seek comfort in places that aren't meant for us, just as Snow sought out the lions. But Snow's journey proves that there is always a sky blue rescue station waiting for us. There is always a Sarah willing to stay awake all night, and a Baku ready to offer a trunk for support. Connection is the ultimate medicine. As we watch Snow navigate this world with grace, we realize that being different is not a flaw. It is a new perspective. Because of her poor eyesight, Snow developed incredible hearing and intuition. She is often the first to sense approaching rain on the horizon or to notice a new member in need at the gate. Snow turned her vulnerability into her greatest strength. The drought in the valley eventually passed, and the green grass returned to Alau. While Snow may never rejoin the wild herd that abandoned her, she has built a new family, one defined not by blood or skin color, but by shared healing. She is a reminder that no matter how dark the night or how harsh the sun, we are never truly alone if we have the courage to open our hearts and accept help. If Snow's journey touched your heart today, please share this story. There are many ghosts out there waiting to be seen and loved. You can support our work and real-life rescue stations, where lives like Snow's are saved, by clicking the link in the description. Every contribution, no matter how small, can turn a tragedy into a song of triumph. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications to join our herd. Together, we will ensure that no one has to walk this challenging path alone. Thank you for listening, and see you in the next story. Dawn broke over the Mara grasslands not with roaring echoes, but with a haunting, heavy silence. Normally, this golden hour would be pulsing with the frantic rhythm of migrating herds. But today, the air in the heart of the vast African savanna felt thick with grief. Amidst the infinite expanse of earth and sky, where the horizon stretched without a single shadow, lay Alara, a majestic matriarch whose 10,000-mile journey had been cruelly severed. Beside her massive form, fallen amidst the sun and wind, was little Tembo, a calf so small he was still clumsy with his own trunk. Tembo could not yet grasp the finality of death. He nudged Alara's wrinkled skin with his trunk, emitting heartbreaking chirps, patiently waiting for the low rumble, the signal of safety his mother always provided. But the only response was the whistle of wind through dry grass. The red dust of the plains stained his gray skin, a sorrowful symbol of a world turned upside down under the scorching sun. Just as the first scavengers began to circle the sky, a massive shadow stretched across the ground. Maliki, known as the king of the southern range, stepped out from the tall grass. To a lion of his stature, a lone calf in the open is usually nothing more than an easy meal. However, as Maliki's golden eyes locked onto the trembling orphan, the unthinkable happened. The predator did not crouch to spring. He stood still, his head tilted in a moment of respectful silence, defying every brutal rule of nature. Nature is often described as a soulless machine, driven by a single iron rule: kill or be killed. It is a world of razor-sharp claws and pounces calculated to extinguish life. Yet, as the sun began to bake the savanna, Maliki prepared to rewrite that instinct entirely. The old lion approached, each footfall heavy yet incredibly silent on the parched earth. His mane, scarred from countless territorial battles, glowed under the sun. Driven by a primal mix of terror and a desperate need for protection, Tembo did not flee. Instead, the calf stood firm on his trembling legs. He flared his oversized ears, a fragile and courageous attempt to appear larger, shielding his fallen mother from Africa's most formidable predator. But as the gap narrowed to a few feet, Maliki did not roar. He let out a soft huff, a vibration in his chest. Not a threat, but a reassuring sound large cats use to soothe their young. In a moment that would have stunned any biologist, Tembo slowly extended his tiny trunk, timidly touching the lion's thick, coarse mane. He felt warmth, a breathing life amidst a morning that had been filled only with the coldness of death. A strange understanding was born. Tembo realized this was not an enemy, but his only anchor in the endless wilderness. Maliki began to stride away, but every few yards, he stopped and turned his head. It was a silent invitation. Realizing he could not stay by his mother's side as the sun rose higher and the vultures grew bolder, Tembo stumbled after him. The sight was surreal. The king of the plains leading an orphan calf across the vast savanna. Maliki adjusted his pace, slowing down whenever Tembo tripped over burrows or thorny brush. He intentionally led the calf away from the scent of Alara's blood, toward the only direction where the young one had a chance to survive. Throughout the long afternoon, they moved as one. When a pack of hyenas appeared on the horizon, sensing an easy meal, Maliki did not ignore them. He stood before Tembo, unleashing a roar that shook the sky, sending the scavengers fleeing in terror. In that moment, Maliki was no longer just a guide. He had become a guardian. This act had nothing to do with hunger or the food chain. It belonged to a universal language of loss and survival that transcends species. Maliki, a creature designed to hunt, was now using his full strength and majesty to shield a tiny life. In the harsh Serengeti, an impossible alliance was forged by kindness, proving that even in the most ruthless places, compassion has a way of blooming. At the Horizon Elephant Sanctuary, Amanda, a veteran ranger with over a decade in the wilderness, was conducting a routine patrol of the northern sector. She was known for her uncanny spiritual connection with the local herds, but this morning, her heart was heavy. Reports of poachers' gunfire the previous night had filled her with dread. As she scanned the horizon, shimmering under the rising heat, she spotted a golden figure heading straight toward the sanctuary gates. A ranger's survival instinct immediately put her on high alert. Lions rarely approach human settlements in broad daylight unless they are injured or desperate. She signaled her team to prepare for a stray lion. But as the image in her binoculars sharpened, Amanda's breath caught. A sight unfolded that brought involuntary tears to her sun-bronzed cheeks. Maliki, the legendary lion she had tracked and respected for years, was walking with majestic patience. And just behind him, only inches away, was an elephant calf covered in the red dust of the plains. The king was escorting a guest to safety. Amanda stepped out of the jeep, her hands shaking as she lowered her binoculars. She watched in silence as Maliki stopped exactly 20 meters from the gate, a distance safe enough not to cause human panic, showing an incredible level of respect and understanding. The old lion looked directly into Amanda's eyes, a gaze that was deep, quiet, and filled with a sacred entrustment. Then, Maliki tilted his head and used his large nose to gently nudge Tembo's rump, pushing the calf forward. It was a clear handover, a transfer of responsibility from the harshness of nature to the protective arms of humanity. It's okay,
little one.
Amanda whispered, her voice choked with emotion. As Tembo took hesitant, slow steps toward the open gate, Maliki stood there for one final moment. He let out a long breath, looking at the calf one last time as if to ensure he was safe. Then, without a roar or a backward glance, Maliki turned his back on the sanctuary and strolled away, vanishing into the hazy heat of the vast savanna. He had fulfilled his mission. Standing in the sun and wind, Amanda realized they hadn't just received an orphan calf. They had witnessed a miracle of compassion, a mercy that challenged everything humanity thought they knew about the heart of a beast. Maliki had shown her that in the wild, which we often call senseless and cruel, there exist laws higher than the instinct to survive. The responsibility now lay with Amanda and her team, to keep the flame of hope that the lion had lit from ever flickering out. Though Tembo was safe behind the sanctuary gates, away from predators and the blistering heat, his soul remained deeply fractured. In the early days, the calf fell into a state of severe depression. He refused the nutrient-rich formula the staff had meticulously prepared. He stood motionless in a corner of the enclosure, his sad eyes fixed on the distant horizon, perhaps searching for the majestic golden mane that had shielded him, or further still, for the shadow of his lost mother. Amanda understood that the grief of an elephant is as vast and lingering as that of a human. She spent sleepless nights by his side, sleeping on a cot near his pen. She spoke to him in low, rhythmic tones, trying to mimic the deep chest rumbles a mother elephant uses to soothe her calf. Yet, she knew a painful truth. Human hands, no matter how kind, cannot fully heal the soul scars of an elephant. They are communal creatures. They need physical touch, the scent, and the guidance of their own kind to cross the bridge of trauma. After careful consideration, Amanda decided to perform a delicate introduction. She brought Tembo to meet Zola, an elderly elephant who had lived at the sanctuary for years. Zola was also a survivor of a poaching massacre years ago, an experience that had left her morose and solitary. The staff called her the unofficial grandmother, though they worried because she was notoriously difficult to approach. The first meeting took place in a silence, so thick it was breathless. Tembo froze, his trunk curled tight with fear and shyness. Zola approached with slow, calculated steps. She flared her massive ears, sniffing the air around the calf. She smelled the dust of the savannah road, the scent of fear, and a faint, strange hint of the lion that had protected him. Then, in a moment that brought the staff to tears, Zola did the unexpected. She gently extended her long trunk, wrapped it around Tembo's neck, and pulled him close to her shoulder, embracing him in the warm fold of a kinswoman. It was a cross-generational hug, connecting the shards of two broken souls. Tembo let out a long, shuddering sigh, his entire body relaxing for the first time since Alara fell. Under Amanda's tearful watch, a new family was born from the ashes of tragedy. The road to recovery was still long, but But from that day on, Tembo took a few more steps into the sunlight each day. He began to eat fresh leaves, learn to play in the mud, and most importantly, he began to lean on Zola's strength to find his faith in life again. He understood that no matter how cruel the world could be, he would never have to walk the journey alone. Reflecting on a week filled with wonders, Amanda realized that the world is connected in ways we often dare not believe. Tembo and Malachi's story was not just a freak occurrence of nature. It was living proof that kindness is not a human monopoly. It is the primal heartbeat of the earth. Malachi, a creature gifted by evolution with the power to hunt, chose to protect. Zola, a soul once deeply wounded, chose to open her heart to adopt. They acted beyond instinct, guided by a spark of empathy, a bridge that blurs the lines between species. This story serves as a reminder that even when faced with the ultimate greed of humanity, the poachers who took Alara's life for pieces of ivory, there is always a greater power silently at work. Compassion is the ultimate survival tool. It allows an orphan to find a mother in a stranger, and a predator to find his soul in the eyes of his prey. When we choose to act with kindness, we join a noble lineage of selflessness, one that includes even the old lions of the Serengeti. However, these miracles need a shield. The work Amanda and her colleagues perform at the Horizon Elephant Sanctuary is only possible because of people like you, those who believe that all life, from the smallest calf to the oldest lion, deserves protection. The poachers are still there, lurking in the shadows of the grass, but the protectors are standing ready. We are the thin but resilient line between tragedy and a second chance at life. If this story has touched your heart, if you believe that Malachi's choice should be the standard for how we treat the world around us, we invite you to become part of our mission. By supporting the Wildlife Protection Fund, you are directly providing the milk that sustains Tembo, maintaining the patrols that guard the herds from rifles, and providing the medical care needed to heal broken hearts. Your support is the strength that turns a tale of loss into an epic of life. Tonight, Tembo sleeps soundly, his head resting against Zola's steady frame, safe within the sanctuary walls. Somewhere out there, under the shimmering African night sky, Malachi still walks silently under the stars, a silent hero of the plains. Let us ensure their world remains safe for generations to come. Please click the link in the description to donate or share this video to spread the message that compassion knows no borders. Thank you for listening, and thank you for believing in the beauty that still exists in the wild. Under the thick, scorching golden sun of the savannah, the air seemed to congeal in a suffocating silence. There were no echoing roars, no majestic strides of a predator, only the heat rising from the cracked earth, blurring the boundaries of life. Through the lens of her binoculars, Sarah, a park ranger with 10 years of experience seasoned by dust and wind, stared at a sight that made her heart tighten. Asha, the proud lioness she had tracked for years, lay motionless amidst the parched grass. She wasn't dead, but life was draining from her body with every shallow, ragged breath. When Sarah decided to step out of her Jeep, breaking the no interference with nature rule to move closer, the silence was shattered by small but threatening growls. Two tiny lion cubs, so emaciated their ribs protruded, struggled to stand on trembling legs. Though exhausted by hunger and thirst, they bravely stood between Sarah and their fading mother. It was a painful yet extraordinary image. Tiny beings ready to face the world to protect the only source of comfort they knew. Sarah realized this wasn't just a rescue. It was a negotiation of trust. She had to convince these two miniature warriors that she wasn't an enemy, but the final miracle for their mother. Sarah sat down in the waist-high yellow grass about 10 meters from Asha. In her mind, strict training protocols rang like warning bells. In the world of conservation, there is an invisible but iron-clad boundary. Let nature take its course. Intervening in the death of a predator could disrupt the food chain, create dangerous dependency, or worse, put the rescuer in peril. Yet, looking at Asha, A lioness Sarah had named and watched through many breeding seasons. She didn't just see an animal. She saw a mother who had squeezed out the last drops of her life to nurse her cubs until she collapsed. The two cubs remained in a defensive posture. Their fur was matted with dirt, their tiny ears pressed flat against their heads, and their eyes showed extreme fear but no sign of retreat. They didn't see a savior. In their eyes, Sarah was a stranger lurking while their mother was at her weakest. Sarah knew that if she took one wrong step, their final survival instinct would force them to attack or flee into the dead zone. Sarah began to speak. She didn't use dry commands, but instead a low, steady melody, a technique she often used to calm herself and the four-legged youngsters. She told them about the coming rains, the majesty of the pride, and the cool water she held in her hand. She moved with an agonizing slowness, inching forward on her knees to lower her center of gravity, signaling she had no intent to dominate. Whenever a cub hissed or growled, Sarah immediately stopped and looked away, a sign of submission in the language of big cats. She needed to prove she hadn't come to steal the queen's throne, but to revive it. The heat was now a tangible object, weighing heavily on her shoulders. Sarah could see heat waves shimmering off Asha's flanks, where the skin only flickered with thin breaths. The cubs seemed to have reached their limit. Their fierce growls had turned into weary whimpers. They were caught in a survival paradox. Their bodies craved help, but their brains were programmed to resist it. Sarah reached for a collapsible bowl and the first bottle of electrolyte water. She knew the crinkle of plastic could be the trigger for a final desperate attack from those tiny souls, so she pressed the bottle against her fleece jacket to muffle the sound. Everything was absolute now. If she couldn't bridge the trust gap in the next 10 minutes, Asha's internal organs would begin to shut down permanently, and the cubs would become food for the vultures already circling the bright blue sky. The turning point came when Sarah was less than 2 meters from the lion family. One of the cubs, a smaller male with a faint scar on his ear, collapsed, no longer having the strength to stand. He didn't run or retreat. He simply fainted on the spot, his head resting near his mother's claws. The other cub remained standing, legs shaking as if about to give way, but eyes still locked on Sarah. This time, Sarah didn't look back. She kept her gaze on the cracked ground, a signal of absolute peace in the world of big cats. She slowly reached out and poured a small amount of water into the plastic bowl. The sound of trickling water in the silence of the savannah rang out like a bell in a cathedral. Instantly, the standing cub's nose twitched. The scent of moisture, pure and cool, spread powerfully through the hot air. For a moment, the cub stopped growling. He stared at the bowl, then at Sarah, then back at his motionless mother. Sarah could clearly see the struggle in that wild brain. Fear of humans on one side, the powerful call of life on the other. Sarah gently pushed the bowl forward with a steady motion, then slowly backed away to create a safe space. The cub hesitated, then took a stumbling step toward the bowl. He took a tentative lick, followed by a desperate, thirsty gulping. But what made Sarah's eyes sting wasn't the act of him drinking, but what happened next. After a few sips, the little lion didn't finish it. In a display of kinship and communal survival instinct, he stopped, turned, and began licking his mother's parched face with his wet tongue. He was trying to share the life Sarah had just brought. Witnessing that, Sarah knew she needed to do more than provide water. She needed to become a temporary part of their family. She was no longer an observer. She had become a guardian. She approached again, this time with a sponge soaked in electrolyte water. Her goal was to do what the cub could not, directly rehydrate Asha to wake her fading body. The afternoon sun was still harsh, but the barrier between human and beast had begun to crack. As Sarah knelt beside Asha, the other cub also approached the water bowl. They no longer saw her as a predator. In their ultimate desperation, they had chosen to bet their lives and their mother's life on this stranger. Sarah held the sponge to Asha's lips, gently squeezing drops of cool water into the gaps of her teeth, praying that the queen's heart still had enough strength for one more beat. As Sarah knelt by Asha, a miraculous change took place. The two cubs had now completely dropped their guard. They no longer growled or bristled. Instead, they huddle against Sarah's legs, seeking the meager shade of her body to hide from the scorching sun. It was a surreal sight, a fragile human woman acting as a sun shield for two wild beings, while her hands never stopped squeezing water from the sponge into their mother's dry mouth. For nearly an hour, Sarah worked in the absolute silence of the twilight. She patiently dripped electrolyte water, then drops of nutrient-rich formula into Asha's mouth. She watched for the smallest signs, a twitch of a whisker, a slight movement under the thin skin. And then, what she had been waiting for happened. A deep, heavy sigh vibrated in Asha's chest. Her amber eyes flickered open, initially clouded and disoriented. Sarah held her breath, her body stiffening. This was the most dangerous moment. An apex predator waking up disoriented and finding a human right next to her would usually react with a lethal instinctive swipe. But as Asha's vision cleared, the first thing she saw wasn't an enemy, but her two cubs resting peacefully under Sarah's protection. She felt the coolness on her tongue and the flow of energy reviving her veins. Asha looked directly into Sarah's eyes, not with the fiery gaze of a hunter, but with the deep, heavy look of a mother recognizing a kindred spirit. No roar erupted, no claws extended. The massive lioness simply rested her heavy head back down on the grass and allowed Sarah to continue. That acceptance was a priceless reward for Sarah. The cubs, sensing the shift in their mother's energy, began to emit vibrating purrs, the sound signaling that the crisis had passed and safety had returned. Sarah stayed there until the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting shades of purple and orange over everything. She bottle-fed the little ones while keeping watch over Asha's recovery. She had crossed the line from a ranger to a temporary mother for a whole lion family. The bridge of trust was firmly built on the foundation of empathy. The one who should have been the enemy had become the sole source of life. In that moment, Sarah realized that nature is not just about cruelty. There are cracks where compassion can seep in, making the impossible possible. 6 months later, the savanna had undergone a spectacular transformation. The long-awaited rains had returned, turning the dusty, cracked land into a sea of lush green grass teeming with life. Sarah sat in her Jeep, quietly observing through her camera lens. From a distance, a powerful, majestic lioness led 2 healthy young lions through the thick brush. They were no longer the emaciated shadows she had found in the dust. Asha had fully regained her regal stature, her golden coat shimmering under the sun, her stride graceful yet commanding. The 2 cubs, now grown large and full of mischief, suddenly stopped when they spotted the vehicle. They didn't flee, nor did they enter a hunting stance. They stood still, looking at the car with a curious and familiar gaze. They remembered that scent. They remembered that voice. In the wild, memories of kindness are rare, but once etched, they last forever. Sarah looked through the lens, her throat tight with emotion. She had been warned that intervening would ruin their natural instincts. But look at them. They were still perfectly wild, still powerful, yet within them carried a spark of the connection that had saved their family. Before disappearing into the thicket, Asha did something Sarah would carry with her for the rest of her life. The lioness stopped and turned her head to look directly at Sarah. She let out a low, deep oomph, the sound lion mothers used to call their cubs. She held Sarah's gaze for a long moment, a silent acknowledgement of a life debt shared across species. It was a reminder that in the harshest places on Earth, empathy is not a weakness. It is a survival strategy. Sarah gently placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heartbeat sync with the pulse of the savanna. We often think of the wild as a place of eat or be eaten, but the story of Sarah and Asha shows us a different perspective. It is also a place of protecting and being protected. Sometimes, the greatest courage isn't fighting, but choosing to trust a stranger when all hope has faded. If the story of Sarah and Asha touched your heart, please hit the like button and share it with someone who needs a reminder that even in the driest deserts, kindness can still bloom. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more extraordinary stories about the bond between humans and the natural world. What would you do if you were in Sarah's shoes? Let us know in the comments below. See you again, and always live with courage and compassion. The African savanna is rarely ever truly silent. Usually, it is a never-ending symphony of rasping cicadas, the rustle of dry grass under the sweltering heat, and the haunting, distant calls of vultures. Yet today, as Sarah, the head ranger of the reserve, switched off her Jeep's engine, she was met with a silence so heavy it felt tangible. Under the shade of an ancient acacia tree, the pride was not hunting. They weren't lounging in a messy pile, basking in the sun as was their daily habit. Instead, they stood in a perfect semicircle, a posture so solemn and haunting it felt otherworldly. At the center was Elsa, the 16-year-old matriarch, considered the golden soul of the pride for over a decade. Sarah had tracked Elsa since she was a cub, watching her survive harsh droughts, endure clashes with rival prides, and nurture generations of lions. But now, Elsa's chest had stopped heaving. The proud queen of the plains was gone forever. However, what happened next upended every scientific theory Sarah had ever learned. It was no longer mere animal instinct. It was a silent, profound ritual of farewell from hearts capable of love. Witness a side of nature rarely seen by human eyes. A moment proving that love and the pain of loss are not exclusive to the human soul. To understand the weight of this moment, one must understand who Elsa was to this pride. In the harsh, unforgiving landscape of the African reserve, a lioness is more than just a predator. She is the architect of the family's survival. Elsa was the one who led the pride through the scarcest winters, the one who willingly gave up her portion of meat for the weakest cubs, and the one whose roar could reassure the hearts of even the mightiest males. Sarah watched through her binoculars, her breath catching. She had seen Elsa just yesterday, moving slowly under the weight of age, but those amber eyes still shone with sharp intelligence. Now that light had faded. The morning sun began to crawl across the plains, bathing Elsa's still body in a brilliant but bitter gold. Normally, when a member dies in the wild, nature operates by a cruel and swift law. Today, however, the villains of the savanna began to gather. Through her lens, Sarah spotted dark shadows closing in, not from the clouds, but from the ground. A clan of spotted hyenas had caught the scent of death. They lurked at the edge of the clearing, their eerie, mocking laughter shattering the sacred atmosphere. High above, dozens of vultures perched on skeletal branches, hunched like messengers of death, patiently waiting for the pride to abandon their leader. In nature, energy is life. Protecting a carcass that can no longer contribute to the pride is usually seen as a risky biological waste. Yet, Elsa's family defied that law. Leo, the massive alpha male covered in battle scars, was the first to step forward. He did not let out a ferocious roar to flaunt his power. Instead, he emitted a low, vibrating moan, a hum so deep it seemed to shake the ground beneath Sarah's Jeep. He approached Elsa's head and gently nuzzled her neck with a tenderness seemingly impossible for such a massive, fierce creature. Sarah recorded the data with trembling hands. One by one, the other lionesses approached. They were Elsa's daughters, sisters, and pupils. There was no jostling or shoving. They moved with a fluid rhythm, almost as if choreographed. Each lioness took turns licking Elsa's ears and face, a final grooming ritual speaking to a deep, unbreakable biological bond. The air grew thick with reverence. The savanna, usually a place of eat or be eaten, suddenly transformed into a solemn cathedral. Sarah realized she wasn't just observing animals. She was witnessing a family saying goodbye to their foundation. As the sun rose higher, the pride stood firm, forming a living shield to protect their queen from the vultures beginning to spiral down from the sky. Their persistence wasn't just about protecting a body. It was about protecting the dignity of a monarch from those waiting to tear her apart. As the sweltering midday heat blanketed the reserve, The farewell ritual took a turn no one could have predicted. The antagonistic shadows grew bolder. The vultures began hopping from the branches to the ground, spreading their wings halfway in a gruesome dance of impatience. The hyena pack also grew in number, their frantic yips creating a chaotic, threatening vortex of sound. Pressure weighed heavily on the pride. Normally, the pride would soon have to surrender to hunger or exhaustion under the scorching sun and leave, yielding Elsa to the scavengers. In that moment of extreme tension, a young lioness named Mara did something that challenged all traditional biological understanding. Mara, only 3 years old, suddenly broke away from the protective circle. Sarah held her breath, wondering if the young lioness had finally buckled under the pressure. But Mara didn't run away. She walked straight toward the boundary where the vultures and hyenas waited. Ignoring the angry hisses of the birds and the growls of the hyenas, Mara headed toward a patch of wild jasmine and desert lilies that had bloomed despite the heat. With astonishing precision, Mara used her teeth to carefully pluck a long, white, flowering branch. She returned to the center of the pride, carrying the branch as gently as if she were carrying a newborn cub. The other lions instinctively parted to make way for her, their heads bowed in silent respect. Mara dropped the flower right at Elsa's front paws. It wasn't an accidental act or play. It was a purposeful placement. Inspired by Mara, 2 other young lions began gathering materials from the surrounding area. They didn't bring flowers, but they brought tufts of dry grass and small, pungent sage branches. They began placing them onto Elsa's body, layering them with silent coordination and intense focus. Sarah felt a tear roll down behind her sunglasses. They were burying her. Every branch, every blade of grass placed upon Elsa's golden fur acted like a shield, hiding her from the hungry, greedy gaze of the scavengers lurking nearby. This collective effort lasted nearly an hour. There was no hierarchy struggle. The whole pride moved as one in a common labor of love. They were building a monument in the heart of the wild. We often feel alone in our grief, believing humans are the only species to carry the weight of memory. But here, under the vast African sky, was the clearest proof that the heart is a universal language. The pride had created a sanctuary, a place where the queen could rest in honor before Mother Earth reclaimed her. They succeeded in sheltering Elsa from the villains, turning a potential tragedy into a profound act of preserving dignity. The hyenas, though ravenous, could only snarl from a distance, unable to pierce the wall of reverence. The sun began to sink toward the horizon, staining the clouds a bruised purple and burnt orange. This is usually when the African reserve truly wakes up, when the night hunters prepare for the chase and the shadows become dangerous. The hyenas and vultures had reached a peak of impatience. They knew that as darkness fell, the pride might have to leave the hunt. They began to encircle the acacia tree like a hungry tide, waiting for the protective wall to break. Yet, the pride beneath the tree remained motionless. They had finished covering Elsa with leaves and flowers, and now they simply sat in a silent vigil. A cub, the youngest member of the pride, and perhaps Elsa's last grandchild, slipped away from its mother's legs. It was too small to understand the eternity of death. To the cub, Elsa was simply a warm mountain of golden fur that always provided safety. It approached the pile of dry grass and jasmine, sniffing its grandmother's familiar scent. It let out a small, high-pitched mew, a question directed into the stillness. It waited for her to nudge it back, for the familiar raspy breath that meant "be good, little one." When the response did not come, the cub did not run away in fear. Instead, it climbed atop the pile of branches and leaves the pride had built over Elsa, curled its tiny body, and rested its head exactly where Elsa's heart used to beat. Leo, the alpha male, watched this with a heavy, steadfast gaze. He stepped forward, licked the top of the cub's head once, a gesture of comfort in the passing of the torch, then sat down right beside them, facing the prowling hyenas head on. Sarah knew she had to leave soon. Reserve regulations were strict about rangers returning to base before total darkness for safety. But as her hand touched the ignition key, she hesitated. She wanted to give them one last minute of peace. She saw the vultures had landed just meters away, yet they stood frozen, unable to break through the wall of sorrow the lions had erected. Finally, as the first stars began to pierce the twilight, Leo stood up. He raised his head toward the rising moon and let out a roar. This was not a roar of battle or a claim of territory. It was a long, melodic, and mournful sound that echoed across the valley. It was a eulogy. One by one, the other lions joined in. A chorus of dozens of roars thundered into the night, announcing to the entire savanna that a legend had fallen. The hyenas fell silent, retreating into the thickets, subdued by the power of the pride's collective voice. Then, as quickly as it began, the pride stopped roaring. Leo turned and began walking north, and the whole pride followed in a solemn line. They left Elsa behind, but they moved as a completely different family, more bonded, closer, and forever protected by the memory of the queen they refused to abandon to the scavengers. Sarah sat in the darkness for a long time after the pride had disappeared into the great night. The sweet scent of wild jasmine mingled with the cooling earth filled the jeep. She realized that what she had witnessed was not merely a curious animal behavior to be noted in a scientific journal. It was a profound lesson for us all. In today's hurried digital world, we often tend to skim over our losses. We are urged to get over it or move on before we've even had the chance to say a proper goodbye. But these lions, with no clocks or calendars, taught us that grief takes time. It requires sincere presence. This story reminds us that humans and the natural world are more closely connected than we often admit. The spirit of every person is built on resilience and strength, much like a lion. However, true strength lies not just in the hunt or the powerful roar. It lies in the ability to care for one another when the hunt is over. Elsa's pride did not abandon her just because she was no longer useful for their survival. They stayed for love. They honored her not for what she could do, but for who she was, a mother, a guide. Even when facing the villains of life, such as loneliness, pressure, or the cruelty of time, we still have the power to create our own sanctuary. The image of the young Mara walking through the hyenas to bring back a flower is proof that compassion can triumph over fear. When you look at the scene of the acacia tree, now left with only scattered lilies and the footprint of a family that refused to forget, I want you to think about the lions in your own life. Who has been a firm foundation for you? Who taught you how to be brave when the world grew cold? Perhaps today is the day to reconnect with them, to tell them how much they matter to you before the sun sets behind the horizon. Nature always has a miraculous and silent way of healing. In a few weeks, the grass will grow taller in that very spot. The jasmine flowers will dissolve into the earth, nourishing the very ground Elsa once walked upon. But the memory of that day, the day the lions brought flowers, will live forever in Sarah's heart, and now it lives in yours. It is a gentle reminder that even in the wildest and most dangerous places on earth, there is always room for kindness and dignity. If this story touched your heart, please consider sharing it with someone who might be going through their own silent season. Let them know they're not alone. Don't forget to subscribe to join our community, a place that believes in the power of connection between humans, animals, and the earth we share. Leave a comment below with a heart, emoji, or the word legacy if you believe that animals also have deep emotions like we do. Your support is the motivation for us to continue telling stories that bring light and empathy to this world. Thank you for being part of the Pride today. Until next time, stay kind, stay curious, and remember, we are all part of one great golden story. Under the fiery skies of Kruger National Park, the ground seemed to burn beneath the scorching heat of the South African savanna. Amidst the vast expanse, a solitary figure lay motionless on the parched, golden grass. It was Nala. If 10 years ago her roar was the law that struck fear into every creature, Today, she was merely a relic of a fated empire. Nala was no longer a fierce hunter, but a soul trapped within her own exhausted body. Her ribs, jutting out beneath wrinkled skin, told the story of prolonged days of hunger. But the most painful part was not her emaciation. It was her eyes. Once two amber flames capable of freezing prey from a distance, they were now covered by a milky white film of darkness. Nala was completely blind. She lay there, not resting in peace, but waiting for the inevitable amidst the harshness of nature. In the wild, weakness is an invitation to death. However, the Savanna was about to write an astonishing final chapter, a moment that transcended all ordinary biological laws. This is not just a story about the death of a creature, but about dignity and a strange kind of compassion born between sworn enemies. You are about to witness an encounter that even the most veteran rangers find hard to explain. Jack, a ranger who had spent over a decade on the dusty roads of Kruger, slowly brought his Land Rover to a halt under the shade of an old acacia tree. He turned off the engine. In the savanna scrub, silence is never empty. It is often a warning. Through his binoculars, Jack recognized Nala. He had known this lioness since she was a playful cub. Watch her grow, lead 3 generations of cubs, and survive hundreds of life and death battles. Seeing Nala lying there, exposed to the blistering midday sun, Jack felt a surge of sorrow in his chest. For a lion, blindness is a painful death sentence, and the savanna's scavenger army had already caught the scent of the end. From the tall, sun-baked grass, dark shadows began to move. It wasn't a chaotic mob, but a commando unit of 6 hyenas. They didn't rush in or attack immediately. Instead, they moved with a chilling patience, a cunning calculation. In many people's minds, hyenas are villains, scavengers with haunting, mocking laughs. But here, in this moment, they were the enforcers of nature's harsh laws. They circled Nala, their hunched backs and powerful jaws silhouetted against the heat haze rising from the ground. Jack gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. He knew the non-interference rule by heart. It was the golden rule of the national park. Let nature take its course. If humans interfere with the death of an old lion, they rob other creatures of a meal and disrupt the ecosystem's balance. But Jack's heart was waging a war against his training. How could he sit still and watch a legend, an old friend, be torn apart when she couldn't even see which direction the enemy was coming from? The hyena pack closed the gap to 3 meters, then 1. The youngest hyena, eager to prove itself, let out a small cackle, a sound that usually signaled the start of a bloody feast. Nala felt the vibration of the ground beneath her. She couldn't see the 6 pairs of eyes fixed on her throat, but her keen sense of smell told her that death was at her doorstep. This is where most nature stories would end in a scene of dust and red blood. The air grew thick, the tension suffocating. Jack reached for the radio, his thumb on the button, torn between his duty as a protector and the helplessness of a witness. He held his breath, waiting for one last roar or a fatal bite that would end it all. Amidst the thick atmosphere of death, the unthinkable happened. Nala, despite her depleted vitality, did not tremble or cower. Instead, with a Herculean effort, she took a deep breath, her lungs wheezing heavily but powerfully. She began to steel herself, forcing her weary joints to work one last time. Nala stood up. It was a slow, painful, yet majestic movement. She stood tall on 4 trembling legs, craning her thin neck until she reached the full height of a ruler. Though her eyes were completely out of focus, Nala turned her blank but steely face directly toward the lead hyena. It was a battle of wills between a fading legend and a pack of hunters in their prime. Nala didn't let out a single roar. She chose silence. But that silence carried the weight of 15 years of reigning over the savanna. She did not choose to surrender through fear, but by accepting death in the posture of a queen. The lead hyena, a large female with a face scarred by many battles, suddenly froze. Her ears flattened back, a sign of confusion rather than aggression. She was only inches away from Nala's throat. Normally, a blind and weak animal would be brought down in seconds. Yet, there was a strange aura emanating from this lioness, something that transcended the logic of predators. Nala stood there, motionless, like an ancient golden statue amidst a sea of gray shadows. Jack watched the entire scene through his binoculars, his own breath hitched. He realized he wasn't witnessing a hunt. He was witnessing an acknowledgement. The hyenas didn't attack because the prey before them didn't act like prey at all. There was no scent of fear on Nala, only the scent of a great life reaching its conclusion. The lead hyena stepped a bit closer, her nose twitching in the air, deeply inhaling Nala's scent. The scent of 1,000 hunts, the scent of old age, and the scent of the Kruger land itself. For one long minute, the world seemed to stop spinning. Then, with a low growl in her throat that sounded like a sigh of recognition, the lead hyena turned her head away. She emitted a short yip to call the pack and began to trot away toward the distant scrub. The other 5 looked at each other in confusion, but then followed suit, disappearing into the evening shadows, leaving the queen alone in sacred silence. They had refused a free meal in exchange for preserving the dignity of a great rival. It was a silent salute, a cross-species moment of respect that Jack knew he would never forget for the rest of his life. As the silhouettes of the hyenas finally vanished behind the acacia trees, the extreme tension in the air dissipated, leaving a heartbreaking stillness. Nala, having used her last bit of strength to assert her dignity, could no longer maintain her stance. Her legs buckled, and her great body collapsed onto the ground, her breath ragged like a candle flickering in the wind. Jack sat in silence. He knew he had just witnessed a miracle of compassion in the wild, but he also knew the grim truth. The hyena's mercy had only bought Nala a few more hours. Without intervention, the scorching heat and dehydration would finish her life painfully right there. Jack looked at the dashboard of his Jeep. The outside temperature had hit 40 degrees Celsius. He remembered all the years he had spent protecting this land. He had seen the laws of nature operate cruelly and fairly. But today, looking at Nala lying there, her blind eyes turned hopelessly toward the sun, Jack felt a deep connection that transcended all rules. Nala wasn't just a lion individual. She was a symbol of the Savanna spirit, a mother who had spent her life keeping this ecosystem in balance. To leave her to die in the dust after her enemies had chosen to spare her seemed like a betrayal of nature's kindness. Jack reached for the radio. Once again, he struggled internally. Natural selection was his professional creed, but humanity was the creed of his heart. He took a deep breath, his voice steady but determined as it crackled over the radio frequency. "Base, this is Ranger Jack. I'm at Sector 4. I'm reporting a special case." He paused for a second to compose his emotions. "I'm standing with Nala. She is completely blind, exhausted, and abandoned by her pride. A hyena pack just passed by, but they didn't attack. I'm going to break protocol. I cannot interfere with a hunt, but I will not let a king die in the humiliation of thirst. I am requesting a rescue team and a vet immediately. I am bringing her to the end-of-life care center." A long, dramatic silence followed on the other end. The people at the base knew Nala, too. They understood the gravity of this request. Finally, the radio crackled back. "Copy that, Jack. We understand. The rescue team will be there in 10 minutes. Prepare everything to bring the Queen home." Jack opened the car door and stepped onto the hot ground. He didn't dare get too close to avoid startling Nala, but he stood at a distance where she could hear his voice. "It's okay, old girl," Jack whispered, his voice as gentle as a breeze through the grass. "You've fought long enough. Now let me help you." The rescue team arrived quickly with the professionalism of a surgical unit. They administered a gentle sedative to Nala's shoulder. As her head sank into the grass, Jack touched her coarse fur for the first time in 12 years. It was hot and dusty, carrying the breath of a legendary life. As the rescue vehicle began to move, Jack felt a strange sense of relief. He knew he wasn't just saving an animal. He was saving a part of his own soul. A week later, the sweltering heat of the Kruger Savanna had been replaced by a cool breeze blowing through a quiet corner of the rescue center. Nala lay there, amidst soft green grass and under the shade of an old tree, where the sunlight was merely dappled spots on her pale gold fur. The sound of trickling water from a nearby fountain provided a soothing melody, a music she had likely never heard during her wandering life on the parched plains. Nala no longer had a strain to hear the footsteps of enemies, nor endure parching thirst. Jack stood quietly by the wooden fence, observing his old friend. The lioness looked serene now. Her body had been cleaned, and her old wounds no longer pained her. The veterinarian stepped up beside Jack, sighing with a sad smile. Her heart is very tired, Jack. All signs show she only has a few hours left. But the good news is she is truly resting. She doesn't have to fight anymore. Jack nodded, a sense of indescribable peace washing over him. He looked at Nala, this time not through binoculars or a windshield, but with the eyes of kindred spirit. He realized that bringing Nala here wasn't about clinging to a life that had run its course, but about giving her one final gift, serenity. People often call it death with dignity, and that is exactly what Nala had. She wouldn't pass away in a bloody battle under the teeth of hyenas, nor would she die alone in the dust. She would close her eyes under the gentle care of those who truly valued her existence. The story of Nala was later retold throughout Kruger as a legend of compassion. The hyenas taught us a lesson about respect for a fallen king, and Jack taught us that sometimes love is the highest law of life. We don't save an animal to change the whole world, but for that animal, the world is changed forever. As the sun began to set, painting a corner of the horizon in deep pink, Nala let out one long, light, and graceful breath. She closed her eyes, this time to enter an eternal sleep where her eyes would be bright again and she would run once more across the endless grasslands of memory. Jack stood there until the first stars appeared in the dark sky, whispering softly into the wind. Sleep well, Nala. Your reign has ended, but your story will live forever in our hearts. If this story touched your heart, please share it as a reminder that kindness is a universal language, even in the heart of the wild. Subscribe to the channel to continue searching for human light in the most unexpected places. Do you have a Nala in your life? Someone who fought bravely and deserves the utmost respect? Leave a comment below. Thank you for joining us on this emotional journey. Farewell, Queen of the Savannah. Under the blistering sun of the Serengeti, the skies seemed to melt into a brilliant but cruel gold. The wind carried the heat of the earth and the scent of parched grass, whistling through the thorny acacia trees. Amidst that vast ocean of yellow grass, a worn red dirt road stretched out like a scar on the flesh of the savannah. And right in the middle of that dusty path, a strange light appeared, a streak of pure white that did not belong to this world of camouflage colors. It was Asher, a rare albino lion cub, lying motionless like a shattered plaster statue on the hard ground. Asher was not sleeping. His pale blue eyes, clouded by dust and heat, followed the faint shadows at the edge of the horizon where the trail vanished into distant groves. That was his pride, his family. His mother's paw prints were being slowly erased by the wind and dust, and with them, his last hope of survival flickered out. In the wild, laws are written in constant movement and tireless hunts. One who cannot stand on their own feet to continue the journey, even if they are a treasure of nature, will be left behind for the heat and the scavengers. At that moment, Elena's jeep appeared in the distance. A ranger with crow's feet etched deep around her eyes from over 10 years of devotion to this land. She spotted a strange white shape blocking the path through her dust-covered windshield. Initially, she thought it was a limestone rock fallen from a truck, but when the white form trembled in pain, her heart tightened. Elena slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the grit and then fell silent, returning the savannah to an eerie stillness. She stepped down, kneeling on the scorching earth, her shadow shielding the tiny, gasping creature. Asher's breath was ragged and weak. His hind legs lay paralyzed, terrifyingly still atop the old tire tracks. Elena did not touch him immediately. She looked into those eyes, a crossroads of sheer terror and a silent plea for help. In that instant, the vastness of Africa seemed to shrink down to a wordless dialogue between a woman and a small soul lying solitary on a road leading to nothingness. To understand why Asher lay alone on that dirt road, we must go back to the previous noon, when the sun was at its zenith and the savannah simmered like a giant oven. Normally, lions rest in the shade at this hour, but a scarcity of food had pushed Asher's pride into a risky decision, hunting a herd of Cape buffalo in the blinding daylight. Among the dark gold shadows of the pride, Asher stood out as a high-contrast moving target. His snow-white fur, beautiful as it was a curse that made him the focal point of all attention. The Cape buffalo, the living tanks of Africa with curved horns and fierce temperaments, were gathered around a watering hole near the trail. When the lioness gave the signal to attack, the savannah shook with the thunder of hooves and rising dust. In the chaos of the hunt, dust swirled into white pillars, obscuring vision. A lead bull buffalo, weighing nearly a ton, charged in a fury to protect the calves. He bypassed the adult lions and lunged toward the white streak struggling amidst the low grass. Asher, still learning to keep pace with the pride and blinded by the sun reflecting off the sand, couldn't react in time. He lacked the experience to know that in a stampede, standing still means death. The buffalo charged like a black lightning bolt, the air torn by its heavy snorting. A blow from the boss, the thick, bony base of the horns designed for violent impact, struck Asher's hip. The force was catastrophic for a cub weighing less than 10 kilograms. Asher was tossed into the air like a dry leaf before hitting the hard ground with a sickening thud. The fall didn't just knock the wind out of his chest. It sent a massive electrical shock down his spine. Inflammation and nerve compression set in instantly, robbing his hind legs of all sensation. Meanwhile, the brutal battle raged on. The lioness, realizing her cub was in danger, roared to distract the bull, but the herd had surrounded the area. Under the searing sun, she remained near the road for hours. She licked the white fur now stained with red dust and nudged his hind legs, hoping for a miraculous twitch. But nature has no room for long vigils. As dusk began to fall and the encroaching darkness brought the threat of other predators, the mother faced the cruelest choice of instinct: stay and die with her disabled cub, or leave to protect the rest of the litter. With a low, mournful roar that echoed through the acacia thickets, she turned and walked away. Asher lay there, watching his mother's silhouette fade, his legs having completely betrayed him. He was left on the line between the dust of the road and a terrifying silence, until Elena's headlights appeared like a belated miracle. Elena's rescue center, which she named the House of Shade, sat nestled under ancient trees, offering a stark contrast to the stifling heat of the open plains. Here, Asher was no longer prey. He was a special patient. The medical diagnosis confirmed Elena's theory. The buffalo strike had caused spinal shock. The pressure from the impact had severely compressed the nerves, blocking all signals from the brain to the hind legs. The solution didn't lie in major surgery, but in persistence and quiet love. The first days were the most trying. A creature of the open sky and the chase, Asher was now confined to a crate lined with soft straw. He fell into a deep depression. His pale blue eyes stared blankly through the slats of the enclosure toward the distant savannah. He refused food and hissed weakly whenever Elena approached. But Elena did not give up. She understood that to heal his legs, she first had to heal the soul of the little lion. She spent hours sitting by his crate, not trying to touch him, but simply reading aloud or telling him stories of the coming rains. Her warm, steady voice became part of the environment, a rhythm of safety that allowed Asher to finally relax. The physical therapy began with a gentle but creative solution: hydrotherapy. Elena prepared a small pool of warm water, just deep enough to buoy Asher's body. In the water, the buoyancy freed his hind leg from the burden of his weight. Elena used her tanned, skillful hands to massage the muscles that were beginning to atrophy. She moved his joints in a slow, rhythmic pace. For weeks, those legs hung limp like dry twigs. But Elena persevered. She brought fresh grass, smelling of the plains, and old bones into the room to stimulate his instincts. Drama erupted one afternoon in the fourth week. As Elena was lifting Asher out of the pool, a loud bang from a door caught by a gust of wind startled the cub. In a natural reflex of fear, the fear rooted in the memory of the buffalo strike, Asher tensed up, and that was the moment the miracle happened. His back toes curled slightly, a twitch so small it would have been missed by an untrained eye. Elena held her breath, tears welling up. It wasn't just a physical movement. It was a signal that life had found its way back. From that day, recovery surged. Elena designed instinct-driven exercises using leather toys to entice Asher to stretch and pounce. Every time he tried to stand and collapse back onto the floor, Elena was there, not to pick him up immediately, but to whisper words of encouragement. She wanted him to understand that falling wasn't failure, but a part of the journey to standing firm. The image of the ranger kneeling on the ground, patiently waiting for the white lion to take his first trembling steps, became a symbol of the profound connection at the center. Asher began to lean his head into Elena's hand, an absolute trust forged in the darkest days on the red dirt road. He was no longer a ghost of the savannah. He was a king returning from the brink. As his ribs vanished under healthy muscle and his hind legs grew strong enough to spring, Asher shed the look of a pitiful survivor to reveal the stature of a monarch. His white fur shone brilliantly under the sun, sleek and full of life. However, for Elena, physical recovery was only half the battle. The greater and more painful challenge was restoring his predatory instincts. She knew that if Asher became too attached to humans, he would be an outcast forever, a beautiful but useless pet in the heart of the harsh wild. Elena began the rewilding phase by moving Asher from a small enclosure to a large fenced area at the edge of the light forest. Here, he no longer heard Elena's reading or soft music. Instead, he heard the rustle of wind through the leaves and the nocturnal cries of hyenas. Elena began to keep her distance. She no longer petted him during feedings. Instead, she hid food in bushes or hung it high to force Asher to use his recovered legs to leap and tear. Watching Asher growl at his prey, his blue eyes flashing with wildness, Elena felt a mix of pride and a lingering sadness. Every night, Elena sat on the roof of her Jeep, monitoring signals from the GPS collar she had placed on Asher's mother weeks prior. The Pride was still roaming the southern valley, about 30 kilometers from the center. Elena watched them through infrared lenses, seeing the lioness frequently stop at places with old scents, as if she were still searching for a miracle. In those moments, Elena faced a deep internal conflict. She loved Asher, the white lion who had survived death by her side. She wanted to keep him safe, fed, and away from the horns of buffalo. But true love and conservation is not possession, it is letting go. To prepare for his release, Elena conducted noise reflex training. She simulated the heavy thud of buffalo hooves using sound equipment. Initially, Asher trembled and hid in the corner. The trauma of the impact remained. But gradually, with Elena's distant encouragement, Asher learned to stand his ground, bare his teeth, and prepare for a fight. He was no longer the bullied cub. He had learned to turn fear into power. Elena knew the time was right when she saw Asher standing atop a high rock in the enclosure, head held high, gazing toward the horizon where the first rays of dawn were breaking. On the final day before the release, Elena entered the boma one last time. She stood far enough away to show respect, but close enough for him to feel her familiar presence. She said nothing, only looked deep into those blue eyes, as if to impart her final wishes. Stay alive, be strong, and never let yourself be left behind again. Asher gave a soft, low grunt, a deep vibration from his chest. It wasn't the roar of a wild beast, but a sound that felt like a goodbye. Tomorrow, the iron gate would open, and the bridge between the human world and nature would be cut, leaving Asher to his true destiny. Dawn on the Serengeti arrived with ribbons of purple and orange woven across the sky. The space was so silent that one could hear the morning dew evaporating off the blades of grass. Elena drove the Jeep slowly toward the southern valley, where Asher's mother's pride was resting. In the transport crate at the back, Asher stood still. He no longer clawed or showed fear. He seemed to sense the breath of his homeland drawing near. Elena stopped the Jeep on a high ridge overlooking the golden field below. She took a deep breath, suppressing her rising emotions, and stepped down to open the crate. When the iron latch clicked, the world seemed to pause. Asher stepped out. He didn't bolt immediately. He stood there, his white fur glowing under the morning sun, looking like a creature out of a legend. He turned his head, looking at Elena one last time. In those pale blue eyes, there was no longer the weakness of the day he was abandoned, but a silent gratitude. Elena nodded slightly, her lips pressed tight to keep from crying. "Go, Asher. Return to where you belong," she whispered. Asher began to run. The hind legs, once paralyzed by a buffalo strike, now flexed rhythmically, propelling him across the earth with extraordinary power. He raced through the acacia bushes, across the trail, heading straight for the rocky outcrop where the pride rested. From a distance, a lioness suddenly stood up. She caught a scent in the air, her ears twitching with alertness. When the white streak appeared amidst the sea of yellow grass, the mother froze. She stepped forward, initially hesitant, but then, recognizing the familiar scent of the son she thought was lost, she charged toward him at an incredible speed. The reunion was like a poem of nature. There was no noise, only affectionate head nudges, low chuffing, sounds of love, and the mother's frantic licking of her returned son's face. The pride surrounded Asher, their dark gold shadows shielding his pure white coat. Asher was no longer the solitary ghost. He had found his place in the arms of his family. Elena sat on the hood of the car, watching the scene through binoculars until Asher's form completely blended into the pride. She realized that while she had saved his life, it was Asher who had taught her the greatest lesson about hope. "Nature may seem cruel," Elena said softly into her radio, as if speaking to herself, "but it is also incredibly forgiving if we give it a chance to heal itself." Her solution wasn't to change Asher's fate, but to give him the strength to write his own story. Asher's story is a reminder that even when we are knocked down by the giants of life, there is always a way back if there is faith and help at the right time. If the journey of this white lion has touched your heart, please hit the like button to spread this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to witness more miracles from the wild. Have you ever had to let go of something you loved so they could be truly free? Share your story in the comments below. Together, we will keep the flame of hope burning forever. Dawn on the Serengeti does not begin with warm rays of sun, but with the brutality of the laws of survival. Amidst the arid thickets, where vultures begin to circle in a deadly dance, a tiny life is gasping for its last breaths. This is Asani, a name meaning the rebel, a lion cub about 6 months old. But right now, the pride of the predator is buried under layers of dust and dry blood. David, a park ranger with eyes etched with the crow's feet of years spent guarding the wild, discovers him during a routine patrol. As he approaches, the sight makes the heart of this weathered man tighten. Asani's hind legs are completely motionless, crushed by the bone-shattering bites of hyenas. His pride has long since departed, leaving only a faint trail of dust on the horizon. In the wild, leaving the weak behind is not cruelty. It is a sacrifice to protect the many. But Asani does not surrender. Despite his exhaustion, he bares his fangs, attempting a broken, raspy growl to defend himself. Those eyes hold no plea for mercy, only a stubborn flame that refuses to die out. David stands frozen on the boundary between the laws of nature and human compassion. He knows he shouldn't intervene, but looking into the defiant eyes of the tiny king rejected by fate, David realizes he cannot turn away. He removes his ranger jacket, gently wrapping the small creature, a silent promise echoing through the valley. I will not let it end here for you. The journey from the savannah to the Wildlife Rescue Center is a breathtaking race against death. But as the center's doors close, a different battle, silent and more persistent, begins. For Asani, the white brick walls and the scent of antiseptic are not a sanctuary. They're a strange, threatening cage. The early days are a nightmare for both the cub and the caregivers. Physical pain from a shattered spine turns Asani intensely aggressive. Whenever a human shadow nears, he lashes out, his front paws clawing at the air, emitting hisses of pure hatred. Asani does not understand why he is here. In the primal mind of a predator, he feels doubly betrayed, once by the pride that abandoned him, and once by these two-legged creatures trying to touch his pain. His gaze holds only panic and a shattered trust in the world around him. Amidst this, another sentence hangs in the balance. After x-rays and clinical tests, the head veterinarian sighs, looking at David. His spinal cord is completely destroyed. He will never walk again. In conservation, keeping a paralyzed lion alive in captivity is sometimes more cruel than letting go. The suggestion of humane euthanasia is offered as the most rational and gentle solution. But David firmly refuses. He sees something the machines cannot measure, a fierce will to live in Asani's ragged breaths. David bets everything, asking for one last chance to prove that Asani's life still holds value. To begin, David launches a persistent campaign of silent presence. He spends nights sleeping on a folding cot right next to Asani's enclosure. He doesn't try to touch the cub or look him in the eye to avoid pressure. David just stays there, reading books aloud in a low, steady voice, or simply sitting in silence, so Asani can habituate to his scent and breath. Fresh beef is meticulously cut into small pieces and patiently passed through the gate. Initially, Asani scorns the food, but eventually, hunger and the strange warmth from this man begin to soften his heart. Some nights, David whispers to him about green fields and early rains, as if the cub could understand human tongue. As the external wounds heal, but the hind legs remain uselessly limp, David realizes he needs a technological solution. Lacking a large budget, he starts a social media campaign. The story of the lion who won't give up touches the hearts of thousands half a world away. From the smallest donations, David begins designing a special wheelchair. He spends hours in a mechanical workshop, welding frames of lightweight aircraft aluminum and assembling shock-absorbing tires suited for the growing skeleton of a lion. Every weld carries hope. Every bearing holds a promise of freedom. David knows he isn't just building a medical device. He is forging new wings for a king with broken wings. When the first wheelchair is finished, David brings it to the enclosure with a mix of excitement and anxiety. However, reality is always harsher than the movies. The moment the cold metal frame touches his skin, Asani reacts with sheer terror. To a wild animal, anything strapped to the body signifies a trap. He roars, digging his powerful front paws into the ground, try to escape the foreign object weighing down his hips. The following days are a grueling test of David's patience. Asani rejects his iron legs fiercely. He prefers to lie in the corner of his pen, staring gloomily through the gate, rather than drag a heavy mass of metal. He doesn't understand that this strange contraption is the tool to bring him back to the sun and wind of the savannah. Seeing Asani refuse food, his body thinning from stress, David wonders if he is truly helping or merely forcing the cub to live a life he never wanted. Silence blankets the center, broken only by the ranger's sighs and the soulless roll of wheels on concrete. The turning point comes on a sun-drenched afternoon when David decides to change tactics. He realizes he cannot teach a lion to walk like a child. He must awaken the predator's instinct. David brings out an old leather ball, the only toy Asani ever showed interest in, and tosses it into the middle of the grass behind the center. At first, Asani just watches, his ears twitching. David throws the ball further, creating a rustling sound on the dry grass. In a flash of insight, as the ball rolls across his field of vision, hunting instinct triumphs over fear. Asani lunges forward. By reflex, his front legs reach out powerfully, and for the first time, the off-road tires begin to turn. One rotation, too. The wheelchair moves smoothly over the flat ground. Asani pauses in surprise, looking down at his iron legs and then back at the ball. He pushes harder once more, and this time, he is actually running. The sensation of wind through his fur and the feeling of moving faster than crawling lights up his long darkened eyes. It is a miracle. Fear is replaced by wonder, and wonder transforms into pure joy. The climax of this rebirth is when Asani stops in the middle of the field, head held high toward the distant horizon. He takes a deep breath, his chest heaving with life, and then a thunderous roar erupts. It is no longer the whimper of a wounded animal, nor the hateful growl of a cornered beast. It is a majestic, resonant roar, carrying the message of a king who has reclaimed his kingdom from the hands of fate. The roar echoes through the corridors of the center, making veterinarians stop their work and bringing volunteers to tears. Asani has returned. He does not walk on four paws of flesh and bone, but through the combination of his own will and human kindness. Under the golden sunset, the silhouette of the small lion, standing tall on iron legs, becomes the most vivid symbol of hope, that nothing is truly over if we still have the courage to roll forward. A year passes since the day Asani learned to master his fate on turning wheels. The once scrawny cub has begun to mature. His mane grows thick, and his front limbs have become extraordinarily muscular from carrying his entire weight. Asani has become a skilled driver, able to pivot, accelerate, and navigate obstacles on the savannah so fluidly that people often forget he is disabled. But the greatest challenge of Asani's life lies not in medical exercises, but in a destiny-bound encounter David has long prepared for. That year's dry season is harsher than most. Rivers are reduced to sandy beds, and grass burns yellow under the scorching sun. The drought forces herds to migrate toward the boundaries of the reserve to find remaining water. One morning, through binoculars, David spots a familiar sight. Asani's old pride is moving through the buffer zone. They look exhausted and weak. More terrifyingly, trailing them is an army of shadows, the hyena clan of Ear Scar. Recognizing the old enemies surrounding the elderly lionesses and vulnerable cubs, David knows it is time for Asani to face his past. David takes Asani to the safety of the buffer zone in a pickup truck. As the tailgate opens and the ramp is lowered, Asani catches the scent of the savannah, the scent of the pride, and the characteristic stench of the hyenas. A brief psychological shock makes him hesitate for a moment. Memories of that horrific night years ago flood back. The laughter of Ear Scar seems to echo in his ears. But when he sees the lead lioness, his mother, struggling to fend off the hyena's circle, fear vanishes, replaced by an instinctive rage. He charges down from the truck with incredible speed. What follows is like a surreal film. Amidst the dust and the shrieks of hyenas, a strange creature appears with the screech of wheels on gravel. Asani charges straight into the center of the fray like a steel arrow. His appearance sends the hyenas into a panic. They have never seen a lion of such bizarre shape moving with such unpredictable trajectories. Ear Scar, the wicked leader, growls and prepares to lunge, but Asani is faster. Using the momentum of the wheelchair, he swings his body sideways to deliver a front paw swipe so powerful it sends the lead hyena flying. The clashing of metal and Asani's sheer ferocity create an overwhelming psychological pressure. The hyena pack, used to bullying the weak, flees into the deep forest, terrified by this incomprehensible monster. As the dust settles, a heavy silence falls. The pride leader, Asani's father, approaches. He stops a few meters away, his amber eyes staring intently at the sun he thought had vanished into the dust. He looks down at the mud-stained iron legs, then straight into Asani's fiery eyes. There is no fight, no rejection. The Pride leader slightly bows his head, a rare gesture of respect among predators. The Pride stands there, looking at the abandoned cub who has returned as a warrior with steel legs. Asani stands tall, the wheelchair gleaming under the sun like a mobile throne. He doesn't need to rejoin the Pride to prove his strength. In this moment, he has received the greatest recognition, respect from the kingdom that once cast him out. The reunion on the Savanna does not end with a traditional family gathering. As the old Pride continues its migration deeper into the wilderness, Asani stops. He watches his mother's silhouette fade behind the acacia trees, his eyes strangely calm. David stands beside him, hand resting gently on the iron frame. He understands this is the moment of choice. Asani could try to follow, but the wheelchair needs maintenance, his spine needs care, and more importantly, he has found a new Pride, a place where he isn't a weakling to be protected, but a symbol of strength. Asani returns to the rescue center, but no longer as a captive animal. He becomes the region's first conservation ambassador, a throneless king ruling the hearts of millions. David and Asani are now an inseparable duo on patrols along the reserve borders. Asani's presence on the wheelchair has completely changed the perception of rangers and locals regarding the value of life. They look at him and understand, nature is not just about brutality. It is about miraculous recovery if we grant a chance. Images of Asani, the lion standing tall on iron legs, begin to spread worldwide. He appears on magazine covers, in conservation lectures, and even in hospitals for children with disabilities. His story is no longer just about a rescued animal, but a powerful message about facing seemingly insurmountable adversity. For those suffering physical or mental pain, Asani is proof that even if life takes away your legs, you can still learn to roll toward glory through sheer will. Years pass, and David is now older, his hair whitening like the dust of the Savannah roads, but his eyes still shine with pride whenever he looks at Asani. He often sits beside the lion in dusk, as the sound of wheels rolling over dry grass blends with the rustle of the wind. He realizes that in the effort to save Asani, it was the lion who saved his soul, filling his lonely spaces with a friendship that transcends language. The connection between them is a gentle, humane solution to the conflicts between man and nature, not through guns or chains, but through understanding and technology in service of life. Asani's story closes, but it opens a new chapter for other disabled creatures at the reserve. A fund in his name has been established to support medical treatment for injured wildlife. Asani's legacy is not a tally of hunts, but the deep tracks of wheels pressed into the Savannah soil, trails that affirm life is priceless, and hope is a light that never fades. As the last rays of the day sink, Asani's roar rises again, proud and free, reminding us, do not look at what you have lost, look at what you can do with what you have left. Christmas Eve at the Zululand Conservation Station was unlike anywhere else in the world. In the heart of the vast South African savanna, where darkness is not merely an absence of light, but a vivid, dense entity teeming with mysterious growls, Elena and Sarah's ranger station stood like a tiny oasis. The rhythmic chirping of crickets blended with the dry, hot wind blowing through the thorny acacia trees, carrying the distinct scent of parched earth and wild beasts. Inside the wooden cabin, Elena climbed an old ladder, her hands trembling slightly as she cradled the final brilliant golden star. As she secured to the top of the tree, Sarah smiled and flicked the switch. Click! A small sound echoed, and instantly, hundreds of tiny bulbs erupted into radiance. That light did more than just dispel the shadows. It awakened a deep, aching yearning. It was the memory of a distant home, a place of white snowflakes outside the window and the warmth of family. Here, in the middle of the wilderness, Homesickness was not a sharp sting but a silent void, making them feel incredibly small and solitary in a foreign continent. They looked at the star and wondered if loved ones half a world away were looking up at the same sky. But in the pitch black, turning on that switch had unintentionally transformed the star into a lighthouse, casting a brilliant metallic beam through the glass pane and deep into the forest. It carried a promise of compassion. Just as silence settled over the room, the ajar wooden door suddenly creaked. A massive shadow stretched across the floor, obscuring the sliver of moonlight, causing the two women's hearts to skip a beat. The tension filling the room was not the instinctive fear of a predator, but a suspension of time and space. Standing in the threshold, half submerged in shadow, was Asha, the matriarch lioness with battle scars etched into her ash-gray hide, whom Elena and Sarah had long observed through long-range lenses. But tonight, Asha did not carry the majesty of a Savanna queen. Her fur was matted with blood, and her amber eyes, usually sharp and cunning, were now filled with exhaustion and a profound, bottomless despair. Under the warm glow of the Christmas tree, Asha slowly stepped inside. Within the powerful jaws designed by nature to take down the largest prey, she now carried, with extreme gentleness, a tiny, limp ball of fur. It was her only cub, the spark of life she had protected through many dry seasons. Asha walked to the circle of golden light cast by the star atop the tree and, with solemn reverence, placed her child on the soft rug at the base of the tree, pushing the red-ribboned gift boxes aside. For a lioness to voluntarily enter a human dwelling, creatures her kind usually avoids, and lay down her offspring was an act of absolute surrender to maternal love. Asha took 3 steps back, her massive paws making no sound on the wooden floor. She did not growl. She did not bare her teeth. She slowly lowered herself, crouching at the threshold like an uninvited guest awaiting judgment. Her eyes, reflecting thousands of twinkling colored lights, looked directly at Elena. There was no threatening sound, only a low, choked whimper from her throat, a plea for life that required no words. Elena stood frozen, her breath catching. She realized the light from the golden star they had just lit was not merely for their own joy. To Asha, that beam pierced through the jungle night like a beacon, a promise of salvation when she had reached the end of her rope. The lioness had chosen to trust this lighthouse, to trust the humans she had once watched from afar. Sarah, the station's medical expert, was the first to snap out of the shock. She understood that every passing second was a gamble with death. Sarah knelt down slowly, spreading her hands to show empty palms, a symbol of peace and no weapons. She moved with extreme slowness toward the motionless cub lying under the star's light. Asha watched, her chest heaving heavily, but she remained in place. In a room vibrant with Christmas colors, the boundary between the wild and the human world completely vanished, giving way to the most sacred and humane contract. A mother entrusting the soul of her child to the compassion of a stranger. As Sarah approached the cub, the air in the station seemed to thicken. Under the magnificent light of the tree, the contrast between the beauty of the holiday and the brutal reality of nature became more vivid than ever. The cub had no scratches on its soft fur, but its entire body was trembling with every breath. Sarah gently touched its belly and nearly recoiled in shock. The tiny body was burning like a smoldering coal in the winter night. "It's a severe respiratory infection," Sarah whispered, her voice shaking with worry. Through the field stethoscope, dull, wheezing sounds replaced the clear breaths a small creature should have. The cub's lungs seemed to be filling with fluid, the result of acute inflammation caused by a sudden shift in savanna weather or bacteria hiding in stagnant rain puddles. Every time it tried to inhale, its tiny chest tightened, and a faint groan escaped its purpled lips. Its eyes were tightly shut, completely delirious in a high fever, making it look more like a forgotten stuffed toy than a future king. Elena and Sarah quickly transformed the cozy living room into a makeshift emergency room. They swept the ribbon boxes aside to make room for a nebulizer and a medical kit. Sarah carefully placed a small oxygen mask over the cub's nose, while Elena used warm, damp towels to wipe its forehead, trying to lower the body temperature that was scorching its tiny life. In the hazy mist of antibiotics from the nebulizer, the cub lay there, enveloped in the mystical halo cast by the golden star. On the porch outside, Asha remained crouched, still as a stone statue. She watched every human movement through the open door. Each time the cub twitched from a coughing fit, the mother lion's ears flicked sharply, and a minute growl, containing heart-wrenching pain, vibrated in her chest. Yet, she made no move to attack. An uncanny understanding was taking place. Asha seemed to grasp that these strange machines and the pungent scent of antiseptic were her cub's only hope. She looked at the golden star, shining directly above her child, as if offering an ancient prayer of the wilderness. Time passed heavily. The clock on the wall ticked past midnight, but no one in the station slept. Elena continued changing the warm towels, while Sarah intently monitored every labored breath through the pulse oximeter. At times, the cub's breathing grew so faint it seemed to stop entirely. In those breathless moments, only the Christmas music from the old radio continued to play, a persistent reminder of faith and life. Under the shimmering light of the golden lighthouse, the silent but fierce battle for the wild child's breath raged on, where human compassion sought to mend the cracks destiny had forced upon a mother of the green forest. As the night deepened, the savannah outside grew silent, but inside the station, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The crescent moon hung in the African sky like a silver sickle, but every eye in that wooden room was fixed on a single source of light, the golden star atop the tree. It continued to radiate warmth, blanketing the small body lying on the thin line between life and death. Sarah sat on the floor, her eyes red from lack of sleep and anxiety. She had adjusted the dosage of antibiotics and respiratory aids to the maximum for such a frail creature. Each time the wheezing grew heavier, Sarah held her breath, her hands clenched as if in prayer. Elena sat near the window, alternating between watching the stillness of the cub and the massive silhouette of Asha on the porch. She wondered what miraculous power had guided a wild beast here. Was the light from that golden star truly a spiritual lighthouse, piercing the fog of fear to connect two maternal souls? Around 3 in the morning, a strange moment occurred. The entire room suddenly became preternaturally quiet. Even the crickets outside seemed to stop. The cub suddenly jerked, its tiny paws clawing at the air as if trying to grab onto something. Outside, Asha instantly stood up, her amber eyes glowing under the colored lights, her hot breath fogging the window pane. Elena trembled, bracing for the worst. But then, after a long, deep sigh, the cub's body suddenly relaxed. The beads of sweat matting its fur began to dry. The fever broke. Sarah cried out, her voice cracking with overwhelming joy. She touched the little one's forehead. The searing heat was gone, replaced by a soothing coolness. The thick, fluid-filled wheezing had turned into a clear, steady rhythm. Like a miracle granted by starlight, the tiny chest began to heave with a vibrant pulse. In that moment, the light from the star seemed brighter than ever. It reflected in the tears rolling down Sarah's cheeks and illuminated Elena's beaming face. Outside, Asha seemed to sense the change in the tide of life. She slowly lowered herself back down, but this time, her posture was not one of desperate submission, but of sublime relief. The respiratory infection, the silent killer of the wilderness, had been repelled by human compassion and persistence under the witness of the golden beacon. The longest vigil in the lives of the two rangers finally ended with life as the victor, right under the shadow of the symbol of hope they had lit. As the first rays of the African dawn began to tint the horizon purple, chasing away the mist over the acacia trees, the Zululand station awoke in a new state. The lion cub stirred, its eyes, once cloudy with fever, now open clear and wondering as they reflected the twinkling lights. It stretched a tiny paw, curiously touching a red ribbon dangling before its nose. A faint but vital mew rang out, breaking the silence. It was the sound of rebirth, the most beautiful melody Elena and Sarah had ever heard in their conservation careers. Asha, who had been waiting at the threshold since the first light, stepped inside slowly. This time, she did not look like a desperate pilgrim. She walked with her inherent majesty, but the way she looked at the two women had completely changed. No more suspicion, no more wariness. Only a profound understanding that transcended species. Asha approached the tree where her cub was beginning to wobble on the soft rug. She used her characteristically rough tongue to lick the cub's head, an affectionate gesture confirming the nightmare was truly over. Before leaving, a magical moment occurred, one that Sarah and Elena would carry for the rest of their lives. Asha turned towards Sarah, who had spent the entire night fighting for her cub's breath. The massive lioness stepped closer and gently pressed her cool, wet nose against Sarah's trembling hand. It was not an attack, but a touch of gratitude, a silent thank you heavier than 1,000 words. In that moment, Asha looked up at the brilliant golden star one last time, as if to engrave the image of the lighthouse that had guided her to a miracle in the dark. Asha gently took her cub by the scruff of the neck, lifted him up, and walked out of the station. The two rangers stood on the porch, watching the shadows of the mother and son merge into the tall, golden grass of the savannah. Under the brilliant Christmas sun, everything felt new and full of hope. Elena looked back at the star atop the tree. It was still there, a simple gold-plated plastic ornament, but it now possessed a different soul. She understood that in this harsh, wild world, humans are not the masters, but the guardians of faith. The story of Asha and the guiding star would be told forever at Zululand. It reminds us that when compassion is great enough to light a beacon, even the wildest hearts will find their way home. That Christmas Eve, the most precious gift was not found in ribbon boxes, but in the sacred connection between humans and nature, an affirmation that love is the only universal language of all living beings on this earth. The hazy golden sunlight of Christmas morning filtered through the ancient oak canopies of the Riverwood Sanctuary. Although the sun had risen high, the characteristic chill of an American winter still lingered on the dew-drenched grass. Today, the atmosphere held more than just the rustling sounds of nature. It was filled with a strange sense of anticipation. Amidst this scene, Atlas stood as a silent king. With broad shoulders and a silverback coat shimmering under the sun, he sat with majesty and stillness, a stark contrast to the bustling excitement unfolding around him. To celebrate the most special holiday of the year, the conservation staff had prepared wooden crates adorned with vibrant red bows, filled with secret gifts. As soon as the gates opened, the morning's peace was shattered by the sheer excitement of the younger members. Leo and Mia, two adolescent gorillas, dashed toward the gift boxes like arrows, creating a scene of hilarious chaos with the sound of tearing paper and excited leaps as they scrambled for red apples and new toys. Yet, Atlas remained still on his familiar hilltop, his deep amber eyes quietly observing every member of his family. In a world where instinct often drives possession, Atlas's composure offered a different feeling. It seemed that on this brilliant Christmas morning, the leader was not seeking satisfaction for himself. He was waiting for something greater, a connection that perhaps only the most sensitive souls could understand. As the chaos in the center of the lawn reached its peak, Atlas began to stand up. He did not move with the usual intimidation of an alpha male asserting power. On the contrary, his steps were slow, steady, and deliberate. He glided past Leo and Mia, who were preoccupied with piles of scattered fruit, and headed straight toward a large, separate blue wooden crate in the corner, a gift the younger gorillas had ignored because it didn't seem to contain any enticing food. Using his massive yet incredibly dexterous hands, Atlas pried open the lid. Inside were not bananas or nuts, but a stack of faux fur blankets and soft fleece fabrics. While any other gorilla might have shredded them or used them to line a private nest, Atlas acted differently. He leafed through the blankets until he found a lavender-colored one that felt slightly heavier than the rest. A therapeutic weighted blanket designed to reduce stress and provide deep warmth. He tucked the blanket under his arm and began to cross the clearing on his mission. His goal was not the sunny rock ledge, but a secluded spot under the shade of a large baobab tree where Sarah sat. Sarah was the grandmother of the troop, having lived at Riverwood for decades. In the twilight of her life, her joints had grown stiff from arthritis. On these Georgia winter mornings, which remained biting despite the sun, Sarah often endured a dull, aching pain. She usually sat huddled in a corner to avoid the accidental bumps of the energetic youngsters. Seeing Atlas approach, Sarah flinched slightly, her aged shoulders trembling instinctively. In primate society, an alpha's approach usually demands submission or moving aside. But Atlas did something that made the observing staff hold their breath. He stopped in front of Sarah and gently leaned down. With unbelievable grace, he slowly draped the purple blanket over her frail shoulders. Atlas did not rush away. He used his rough fingers to tuck in the edges of the blanket, ensuring it covered her back and her trembling legs. Then, he lightly touched his knuckles to the back of her hand, a signal of peace and absolute comfort in gorilla language. Sarah looked up at Atlas, her gaze softening and her tension vanishing, replaced by a rare sense of tranquility. She leaned back against the tree, enjoying the warmth of the gift and the protection of her leader. Witnessing that scene under the brilliant Christmas sun, one no longer saw a wild beast of raw muscle, but a soul full of compassion. Atlas understood that his position was not for dominance, but to shield the weakest links in his family. He had given Sarah more than just a warm blanket. He gave her the privilege of respect and love, turning a lonely corner into the warmest place in the sanctuary. After ensuring Sarah was warm and peaceful, Atlas returned to the central area, where the wooden crates were now mere scraps of debris and wrapping paper. Leo and Mia had eaten their fill and begun chasing each other around the rocks, creating a lively but distracting atmosphere. Amidst the noise, one member stood hesitantly beside a hard gray plastic box. Cooper was a teenage gorilla, at that awkward stage where the body begins to grow large, but the mind is still full of confusion. He was no longer a baby to be fully sheltered, but not yet confident enough to assert his place in the troop. Cooper was struggling with a puzzle feeder, a clear acrylic device with multiple compartments and sliding locks, filled with walnuts and dried fruits. He tried biting it, slamming it against the ground, and even growled in frustration as the food sat right before his eyes, yet remained unreachable. Atlas quietly approached. His presence made Cooper freeze. The youngster bowed his head, preparing to retreat, thinking the leader had come to take the challenging toy. But Atlas sat down right next to Cooper, maintaining just enough distance not to frighten him. Atlas reached out his massive hand and slowly touched a slider on the puzzle. He didn't end oppose. He'd do it for Cooper. He only gently pushed the first latch to reveal the mechanism, then withdrew his hand, waiting patiently. The midday sun beat down, casting the shadows of the two on the ground. Over the next 10 minutes, a touching scene unfolded. Whenever Cooper grew discouraged and ready to quit, Atlas would give him a gentle nudge on the shoulder or use a finger to point to the next compartment that needed opening. When Cooper was clumsy or made a mistake, Atlas would emit a low rumble, an encouraging sound that seemed to say, "Try again." This wasn't an oppose. He just about getting a few walnuts. It was a lesson in growing up. Atlas knew that in the world of gorillas, physical strength is important, but intelligence and emotional control are what allow a male to survive in the long run. He was giving Cooper a Christmas gift more valuable than any food: confidence. He acted as a guardian, a solid wall standing right behind Cooper, preventing other gorillas from bothering or teasing him while he learned. Finally, after much effort, a final click echoed. The puzzle opened, and the delicious walnuts fell into Cooper's palm. The young gorilla looked at Atlas with bright, proud eyes. Atlas didn't ask for a share. He simply gave Cooper an encouraging pat on the back and stood up. Under the radiant sun, the leader had planted a seed of perseverance. He taught the youngest member that sometimes the greatest enemy is not an outsider, but one in oppose, his own lack of patience, and that there is always a big brother ready to walk beside him on the path to maturity. As the sun reached its zenith, pouring golden rays across the sanctuary, the troop and oppose, as energy began to mellow. Most members had found a cozy spot to enjoy the fruits of their Christmas morning. However, at the furthest edge of the territory, near the dense thickets and the gray stone wall, a small figure remained huddled. It was Willow. Willow was the newest and most timid member of the Riverwood family. She had been rescued from an unhappy environment and had only joined the troop a few months prior. For Willow, every day was a battle with anxiety. She often waited until everyone else had finished eating and the squabbles had ceased before she dared to scavenge for leftovers. On a bustling holiday like today, the fear of being overwhelmed made Willow almost invisible. She watched from afar, her sad eyes fixed on the colorful gift boxes she didn't and oppose to have the courage to approach. Atlas, though far away, never took his eyes off any member of his family. He noticed a specific gift box tucked behind a large boulder, filled with fresh willow branches and hibiscus flowers, Willow's favorites, which the staff had thoughtfully prepared. If Atlas called Willow over, the attention of the entire troop would fall on her, surely causing the little girl to flee in terror. Thus, the leader chose an astonishingly subtle approach. Atlas sauntered toward the gift box. He didn't oppose. He carried the whole box to Willow. Instead, he began to create a flower path. He picked up each bright red hibiscus flower, walked a few steps, and placed it on the green grass, forming a trail leading from the center toward the thicket where Willow was hiding. His gestures were so slow, they looked like a ritual of peace. When he placed the final flower, just a few meters from where Willow sat, Atlas did not stay to watch. He understood that his presence, however friendly, could still be a pressure to a wounded soul. He quietly turned his back, walked in the opposite direction, and began meticulously grooming his fur, pretending he was entirely unaware of the flower path's existence. From the shadows of the bushes, Willow timidly poked her head out. She saw the vibrant red dots standing out against the green grass. She stepped closer, sniffing the sweet scent, then looked up at Atlas's broad back in the distance. The safety he created, a safety through retreating, gave her strength. Willow began to eat. For the first time, she enjoyed a proper Christmas lunch without the fear of being chased away. That scene under the midday sun was a profound lesson in compassion. Atlas didn't oppose. He just gave Willow food. He gave her dignity and a sense of belonging. He proved that true leadership isn't and oppose. About making others submit to you, but about creating an environment where even the weakest feel seen and cherished. On the Riverwood grass that morning, Atlas built a bridge connecting Willow's loneliness to the warmth of family with the sheer finesse of a king. As the brilliant midday sun shifted into the honeyed hues of late afternoon, the atmosphere at Riverwood became unusually still and peaceful. The conservation staff, who had watched the entire progression through camera lenses, remained silent. They had just witnessed something that transcended the ordinary survival instincts of animals. Dr. Eris, who had spent her life studying primates, wiped a tear from her cheek. She understood that what Atlas had done was not a coincidence, but the culmination of great emotional intelligence. Looking back at the sanctuary at the end of Christmas Day, we see a perfect picture of connection. Sarah is fast asleep, breathing steadily under her warm purple blanket, her joints seemingly at peace. Cooper, the once clumsy youngster, now holds his puzzle toy with confidence, his eyes reflecting a newfound maturity after his lesson in patience. And in another corner, Willow no longer hides. She sits eating calmly, just a few steps from the others, a short geographical distance, but a giant leap for the soul of one who was once broken. Atlas's story reminds us of a truth forgotten in the hustle of the modern world. We are often taught that to succeed, We must be the strongest, the fastest, and possess the most. But Atlas, a creature who knows nothing of human philosophy, teaches us that true strength lies in hands that lift others up. A king is not defined by the number of those who serve him, but by the number of the vulnerable he has protected. Christmas at Riverwood today had no church bells or lavish banquets, yet it was filled with the most original spirit of the holiday: empathy. Atlas transformed his power into a tool to share pain with Sarah, spark potential in Cooper, and provide peace of mind to Willow. He gave without needing recognition and protected without needing praise. As we close the story of this sunny morning, take a moment to look around you. Perhaps in your family, your workplace, or your neighborhood, there's a Sarah in need of warmth, a Cooper in need of a mentor, or a Willow waiting for a bridge to step out of the shadows of loneliness. We don and oppose, teenage shoulders as broad as Atlas's to do this. We only need a heart open enough to recognize the needs of others. Miracles don't have to be grand or mystical. Sometimes, a miracle is just a warm blanket, a patient wait, or a path of flowers leading the way for a timid soul. Thank you for joining us on this emotional journey at Riverwood. If Atlas's story touched your heart, please spread it, just as Atlas spread the hibiscus flowers across the green grass. Don't forget to subscribe so we can explore more miraculous stories of love in a natural world together. Wishing you a Christmas and a year-end filled with light, kindness, and sincere connections. See you on our next journey. The fall of night over the savannah brought no peace, only a threatening silence. The parched heat of the day lingered in the air, mingling with the scent of scorched grass and the characteristic dust of the Serengeti. Inside the remote ranger station, Elena was trying to find a fitful sleep after an exhausting day of patrolling. But the stillness of the dark was suddenly shattered by an unthinkable sound, rhythmic, heavy, and desperate thuds echoing from the oak door. It wasn't the frantic scratching of a hungry predator, nor the whistling of wind through rock crevices. It was a plea. Elena held her breath, gripping her flashlight as she approached the observation slit. When the beam cut through the night and the swirling fine dust outside, her heart tightened. Standing there, bathed in the pale yellow light, was a massive lioness with fur stained by red dust. It was Nala, the proud pride leader whom Elena had tracked and protected from a distance for years. But Nala no longer bore the appearance of the queen of the plains. Her belly was heavy and low, a sign that new life was imminent. One of her front paws appeared severely injured. She stood unstable, her body trembling with exhaustion and pain after a long journey through the dark. In those amber eyes, there was no aggression or threat, only utter despair. Nala had chosen to abandon the instincts of an apex predator to seek out her natural enemy, humanity, as her final resort. Standing on the fragile line between life and death, Elena's hand trembled on the door bolt. She knew she was doing something insane, but she also understood that if she didn't open this door, a miracle of nature would fade away forever in the darkness. The heavy oak door let out a dry creak as Elena slowly turned the iron bolt. She backed against the wall, making herself as small and non-threatening as possible. Nala stood there for a second, her nostrils flaring as she caught the scent of wood smoke and humans, scents that would usually make any lion wary. But then, with a painful, limping stride, she crossed the threshold. As soon as the door closed behind her, Nala seemed to exhaust the last of her strength and collapsed onto the cool stone floor. It wasn't the collapse of the defeated, but a total surrender of trust. In the dim light of the solar lamp, Elena could see Nala's condition more clearly. The wound on her front leg looked serious, likely from a steel trap or an uneven confrontation. Elena took a deep breath to steady her hands. She moved toward the first aid cabinet, gathering the necessary medical supplies. She began to speak in a low, steady voice, a soothing tone she often used when approaching injured animals in the field. "It's okay, Nala. You're safe. I'm going to help you," Elena whispered. She knew Nala didn't understand the words, but the cadence of kindness is a universal language. Elena moved inch by inch across the floor. Nala raised her head, a low growl vibrating in her chest. Not a threat, but a warning of the pain racking her body. Elena stopped, waiting until Nala lowered her head again, signaling that her presence was accepted. Elena used warm saline to clean the wound, carefully removing debris and grit. Nala flinched slightly, the powerful muscles beneath her golden skin tensing, but her eyes remained fixed on the small embers left in the fireplace, as if she were enduring the pain for the sake of the life growing inside her. After cleaning and applying antibiotics, Elena gently bandaged Nala's leg. Next, she pulled old burlap sacks and several thick wool blankets from her bed, spreading them across the floor to create a warm nest. Nala watched Elena's every move, and then, with a gesture of profound trust, she slowly shifted her heavy body on the makeshift bed, curling up to protect her swollen belly. Elena sat on a wooden chair nearby, watching Nala's breathing gradually become regular. The small room in the heart of the savannah was now filled with a strange atmosphere, a fragile but sacred peace. Outside, the dry winds blew through the acacia bushes, but inside, time seemed to stand still. Elena realized she wasn't just saving a lion. She was protecting a trust that Nala had placed in her hands. That night, in the remote station, a woman and a lord of the plains shared a space, creating a silent pact of peace between humanity and nature. As the first rays of a brilliant orange dawn began to dye the Serengeti horizon red, the atmosphere inside the station shifted abruptly. The stillness of the night was replaced by an invisible tension. Nala was no longer resting. She became restless, her breathing changing from steady breaths to deep groans that vibrated the floorboards. Elena was instantly alert. She quietly climbed onto a sturdy wooden table in the corner, both to observe more clearly and to maintain a respectful distance during Nala's most private and instinctive moment. Labor in the harsh savannah is always a brutal ordeal, but here, under the soft light of the ranger station, it unfolded like a song of primal power. Beneath the gentle breeze of the ceiling fan, Nala strained against intense contractions. Elena held her breath, hands gripping the edge of the table. She didn't interfere, for she knew that the instinct of a wild mother is the best medicine. Nala curled her body, sweat and dust matting her golden fur, but her amber eyes remained sharp, focused entirely on her sole task, bringing her cubs into the world. After hours of struggle, the first cub was finally born, a tiny, spotted creature, completely blind. In that moment, the exhaustion on Nala's face seemed to vanish. In its place was a tenderness so profound it brought Elena to tears. Nala began to lick her offspring with her rough tongue, strong yet incredibly gentle strokes that stimulated the cubs' first breaths. Soon after, 2 more cubs were born, forming a small huddle against their mother's belly. The remote station, usually filled with maps, radios, and dry patrol gear, had become a sanctuary full of life. The high-pitched, tiny chirps of the cubs echoed in the room, breaking the silence of the wilderness. Elena sat above, tears rolling down her cheeks. She had witnessed many events in nature, but to be the protector of this moment, to be allowed by Nala to remain in the same space when she was at her most vulnerable, was a privilege beyond words. Elena quietly prepared a bowl of cool water and some fresh meat from her freezer, using a long pole to slide the bowl toward Nala to avoid startling her. Nala looked up, gazing at Elena for a long time. In those eyes, there was no longer pain or a plea for help, but a deep sense of contentment. She gave a small huff of acknowledgement for Elena's care and began to eat to regain her strength. Amidst the sweltering heat beginning to rise outside the window, inside the station, the ruthless laws of nature had temporarily yielded to a miracle, the birth of future kings under the protection of a human. Time passed, and the memories of that night became a silent strength in Elena's heart. 2 days after the birth, when the cubs were strong enough to take their first wobbly steps, Nala led her brood to the threshold. Before disappearing into the shimmering heat haze of the tall grass, she paused, giving Elena one last golden look of recognition. Nala's wound had healed, but the bond she left behind was eternal. Months later, at the height of a brutal dry season, Elena was on a solo patrol near a remote rocky canyon. The African sun was like a molten lead weight, pushing temperatures above 40 degrees Celsius. While attempting to cross a narrow, steep ledge to observe a group of wildlife below, the sun-baked ground suddenly gave way. Elena lost her footing, tumbling nearly 10 meters down to the dry riverbed below. The pain was immediate and blinding. A sickening crack echoed from her left leg as she hit the ground. Elena tried to stand, but her leg was useless. Her ankle was shattered and swelling rapidly. Her radio, her only link to the base, had been smashed into useless plastic shards. She was trapped at the bottom of the canyon, far from any usual patrol routes, as the shadows of late afternoon grew long and cold over the sand. As night fell, the choir of nocturnal predators began to sing. The chilling, high-pitched laughs of a hyena pack echoed from the canyon rim above. They had smelled weakness. Elena huddled against the rock wall, clutching her small knife, knowing that in nature, a creature that cannot move is an invitation to death. Just as a dark shadow detached itself from the rocks above, Elena's heart stopped. But it wasn't a scavenger. A massive, familiar silhouette leaped down with fluid grace, landing softly between Elena and the darkness. It was Nala. The lioness did not approach to hunt. She sat down, turning her back to the injured ranger, facing the canyon entrance like a living shield. Behind her, 3 young lions, now grown significantly, took their positions as well. Then, Nala did something extraordinary. She raised her head and let out a series of thunderous, rhythmic roars. Not the short grunts of a hunt, but long, powerful bellows designed to travel for miles. The sound vibrated through every cell in Elena's body. Miles away at the ranger station, her colleagues heard the strange, persistent roaring coming from a fixed location at the North Canyon. They understood that the Queen of the Cliffs was signaling something. They followed the sound and found Elena, safely guarded by Nala's family. As the first flashlights swept the canyon floor, Nala stood up, gave a low parting growl, and led her children away into the silence of the night. It took many months for Elena's leg to walk normally again, but the lesson she learned at the bottom of that deep canyon would live in her soul forever. Amidst the brutal reality of the African wild, where every day is a relentless struggle for survival, she found a profound gratitude that transcends scientific explanation. Elena realized that the circle of life is not just bound by the food chain or the laws of survival. It is held together by a silent language, compassion. Nala didn't save Elena out of calculation or a ledger of debt. She saved Elena because in the darkness of that ranger station months before, a bridge had been built. When Elena opened the door to an injured predator, she wasn't just doing her job as a ranger. She was bearing witness to the shared vulnerability of all living things. That act of selfless kindness planted a seed she never expected to harvest in her moment of greatest despair. The story of Nala and Elena is a powerful reminder for us all. We often view the natural world as a place of competition and fear, but Nala showed that understanding is a universal value. When we protect the wilderness, we aren't just saving a species from extinction. We are preserving the capacity for love and kindness within our own hearts. Every creature, from the smallest cub to the most powerful lioness, can feel the hand that heals them. After her recovery, Elena often sat on the porch of the station, looking out at the horizon where the golden grasslands waved in the wind. She didn't expect Nala to return again. The debt was paid and the balance of the universe restored. But she knew, with an unwavering faith, that somewhere out there, under the shade of the old acacia trees, Nala and her children were free. They were each other's silent guardians, souls that had touched in a sacred moment. If the story of Nala and Elena made you believe in the beauty of compassion, please help us spread this message. The wild needs more voices, and it needs hearts like yours. I want to ask you one thing. If you were Elena on that midnight, Would you have been brave enough to open that door? Please share your thoughts and your own stories of magical connections between humans and animals in the comments below. I will read and cherish every one of your stories. Please like this video to help this message of hope spread further. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to join our family of nature lovers. Together, we will ensure that stories like Nala and Elena's are never forgotten. Thank you for listening. Keep your soul wild and your heart kind. Night fell over the Pine Ridge Mountains in Montana, bringing a biting cold and early snowflakes dancing under the flickering streetlights. Inside Ranger Station Number 9, the atmosphere should have been filled with joy. The crackling fire in the hearth blended with the scent of cinnamon and pine. For young rangers, Tyler, Sarah, Jax, and Chloe sat around a wooden table, but their enthusiasm seemed dampened by an invisible sense of unease. The clock ticked past 10. It had been 4 hours since the last radio check-in from Mr. Miller, the veteran ranger and their mentor. Miller was a man of strict principle. He had never missed a shift or a station Christmas party. Just as Jack stood up to start the truck for a search, a strange noise shattered the forest into Oppos as silence. It wasn't the whistling wind or the sound of a branch snapping under the weight of snow. It was a series of heavy, frantic knocks against the thick oak door. The group held their breath as Tyler cautiously approached and turned the handle. The warm, golden light from inside spilled out, illuminating an impossible figure shivering on the doorstep. A young gorilla with fur as white as snow, its large eyes filled with panic and a plea for help. But what truly made their hearts stop was what the creature held in its hand, a faded ranger's hat, caked in mud and stained with fresh blood, Mr. Miller's blood. In a moment, they knew their peaceful Christmas night was over, marking the beginning of a life-or-death race against time. Silence gripped the room the moment the door opened. Tyler, Sarah, Jax, and Chloe stood frozen, eyes wide at a creature that didn't and Oppos belong in this world. An albino gorilla in the snowy mountains of Montana? It was so nonsensical that Jax instinctively reached for his sidearm, muttering about some legendary forest monster. However, Sarah quickly stopped him. She noticed the trembling in the gorilla and Oppos, his shoulders and the genuine pain in its dark eyes. When the gorilla dropped Mr. Miller's hat at Tyler's feet, it wasn't an Oppos a challenge. It was a desperate handoff. The creature let out a low grunt, then turned to point toward the North Canyon, the most treacherous terrain in the region. Without a second in Oppos' hesitation, Tyler ordered the team to gear up. They stepped out of the station's warmth and into the freezing night, where heavy snow began to fall as if trying to erase all traces. The white gorilla moved strangely. It didn't vanish into the darkness, but maintained a specific distance, occasionally stopping on rocky outcrops to ensure the humans were keeping up. Under the sweep of their flashlights, its white fur appeared like a phantom, leading them through secret trails that even Chloe's modern topographic maps didn't into Oppos show. Throughout the trek, brief conversations between the rangers were filled with doubt. Jax kept muttering that it could be a trap, but Sarah was fascinated by how the gorilla interacted with the environment. It seemed to know every tree and every crevice. Occasionally, the gorilla would stop, sniffing the air with high alertness, forcing the group to hold their breath. It was then they began to notice anomalies on the ground. Heavy truck tire tracks churning the soft earth, branches broken violently, and the sharp scent of gasoline wafting through the wind. The deeper they went, the more vital the gorilla's presence became. It led them across a stream covered in thin ice, pointing out stable rocks to step on. Chloe realized they were approaching Black Rock Abyss, an area cordoned off due to landslide risks. Why was Mr. Miller here on Christmas Eve, and why did such a rare creature appear to bring the news? These questions swirled in their minds, but their pace never faltered. Initial skepticism gave way to a vague trust. They began to realize the gorilla was and Oppos just leading them. It was sharing their grief and anxiety. The flashlight beams reflected off the sparkling snow, creating a surreal scene where the boundary between man and wild blurred for a single purpose: saving the man who had spent his life protecting this forest. After more than an hour of struggling with slippery slopes, the white gorilla suddenly stopped at the edge of a steep cliff overlooking a deep valley. It emitted soft whimpers, its hands gripping an old pine tree. When Tyler shone his high-powered flashlight downward, the group fell silent in horror. Mr. Miller's familiar pickup truck lay overturned at the bottom of the abyss, a mangled heap of steel wedged between gray boulders. Gray smoke still rose from the shattered engine, mixing with the thick winter fog. The team rushed down the cliff. As they got closer, Chloe, the most observant regarding field evidence, spotted anomalies immediately. She pointed out dark bullet holes piercing the truck and Oppo's S-frame and tire marks from another heavy vehicle that had forced Mr. Miller off the trail. This wasn't an Oppo's, an accident caused by ice. This was attempted murder. Mr. Miller had stumbled upon something he wasn't and Oppo's supposed to see, and the culprits had decided to silence the witness on this quiet Christmas night. They found Mr. Miller a few meters from the wreckage, his body half hidden by fresh snow. A massive fallen branch from above had pinned his left leg, crushing the bone at a sickening angle. He was still breathing, but his breaths were shallow and irregular, his face pale from blood loss and hypothermia. Sarah immediately knelt, her hands shaking as she began basic first aid. And, quote, "He needs to get out of here now. He wanted Oppo's. Last until sunrise," and, quote, she whispered hoarsely. At that moment, a chilling sound echoed from the top of the cliff, the roar of truck engines and bright headlights sweeping through the trees. The poachers had returned. They wanted to ensure the only witness didn't into Oppo's survive. Tension peaked as the Rangers realized they were trapped. On one side was their dying mentor, and on the other were armed criminals scouring the dark. The white gorilla did not run. It stood as a barricade at the only entrance to the rocky hollow where Mr. Miller lay, its body tense like a pulled bowstring. In that moment, its eyes met Tyler's. Without words, Tyler understood. This creature was volunteering to be their shield. While Sarah and Jax struggled with hydraulic tools to lift the heavy log, the gorilla began moving ghost-like through the brush, intentionally making loud noises in the opposite direction to distract the poachers. Gunshots rang out, tearing through the forest and Oppo's silence. But every bullet fired into the dark only strengthened the young Rangers and Oppo's resolve. They knew they weren't and Oppo's alone. They were fighting alongside the forest and Oppo's truest guardian. The sharp cracks of gunfire echoed through Black Rock Canyon, sparks flying through the cold night as the poachers frantically fired at any white shadow moving through the trees. Down in the ravine, the Rangers and Oppo's situation turned desperate. The ancient log pinning Mr. Miller was too heavy. Despite Tyler and Jax's combined strength, it wouldn't an Oppo's budge. Meanwhile, Sarah used her last bandages to stem the bleeding, her eyes constantly tracking the headlights, drawing closer. They were caught in a natural trap where life was measured in seconds. Just as a poacher with a rifle was about to peer down into their hiding spot, a thunderous, powerful roar shook the air. The white gorilla, with its innate agility, had climbed a high branch directly above the criminals. It didn't end Oppo's. T attacked directly to kill. Instead, it used its incredible strength to shake loose boulders from the cliffside, triggering a localized rock slide. Large stones tumbled down, causing the poachers to flee back to their vehicles in a panic. Seizing the precious moment, the gorilla leaped down beside Tyler and Jax. Without needing instruction, it placed its powerful hands under the base of the log. An incredible sight unfolded. The gorilla strained, muscles bulging under its white fur like steel cables. With the combined effort of Tyler and Jax, a loud crack sounded, and the ton-heavy log was finally hoisted off Mr. Miller and Oppo's leg. Sarah quickly dragged him to safety while the gorilla stood pinned, its eyes never leaving the direction of the poachers. In that breathless moment, Chloe finally found a high enough point to catch a radio
this is
signal.
Ranger 29.
She screamed into the mic, her voice trembling but fierce. Mayday! Mayday! Station 9 reporting. We are at Black Rock Canyon coordinates. We have a critically injured officer and armed suspects on site. Requesting immediate backup. End quote. The static on the other end was finally replaced by the firm voice of the state police, announcing that a rescue helicopter was en route. The confrontation wasn't Oppos. Over. The poachers, having regained their footing, started their engines to charge down toward them. But the white gorilla was faster. It lunged into the middle of the only path, standing tall like a divine protector. The poachers and Oppos, headlights hid its white fur, creating an image of immense power and dread. The creature and Oppos' steadfastness seemed to make the criminals hesitate. Just then, the rhythmic thumping of helicopter blades echoed from afar, joined by the red and blue lights of police cruisers racing up the trail. Realizing it was over, the poachers spun their trucks around to flee, unaware that Mr. Miller had captured full evidence of their crimes. The gorilla watched the lights fade, then quietly retreated into the shadows of the pines where it belonged. The brilliant searchlights of the rescue helicopter sliced through the night sky, dispelling the thick fog and bringing the ultimate hope. As the rescue team reached the scene, the young Rangers exhaled in relief, though their hearts still hammered from the ordeal. Mr. Miller was loaded onto a stretcher, stabilized by Sarah's quick thinking. Before the helicopter doors closed, Miller feebly opened his eyes, his weary gaze fixed on the dark pine ridge where the white gorilla was hidden. He raised a trembling hand, making a simple sign that only those who truly understand body language would recognize. The sign for, end quote, "Son." From the shadows, a white figure gave a small nod before vanishing completely into the vast night. 2 weeks later, the atmosphere at the county hospital was quieter and warmer than ever. Mr. Miller lay in bed with his leg in a bright white cast, but his eyes had regained their usual spark. When the 4 young Rangers visited, they couldn't and Oppos. Helped but ask about the creature from that night. Miller smiled, a smile full of grace, and reached for his battered Ranger hat by the bed. He peeled back the inner lining and pulled out a small, yellowed photograph. In the photo, a much younger Miller was cradling a tiny, white gorilla cub covered in wounds. He began to tell a secret he had kept for 3 years. He had found the cub next to its mother's body in a cruel steel trap set by poachers. Knowing that a rare albino creature would become a target for laboratories or exotic collectors, he chose silence. He secretly nursed it back to health, taught it how to find food, and taught it to recognize ranger signals to avoid danger. He hadn't an Oppos. Just save an animal. He had raised a soul. End quote. It didn't an Oppos. Saved me because
so
I am
beautiful.
Oppos. Am a ranger, end quote. Miller said,
I
his
just
voice
wish you
choking
could see
up,
it too.
end quote. It saved me because to him, I'm the only family he has in this room, end quote. The room fell silent with emotion. They realized that behind the wildness of nature lies a heart of deep gratitude, if only we treat it with sincerity. The story concludes as winter fades, making way for the warm spring sun at Pine Ridge. The snow began to melt, but the memory of that Christmas night remained vivid in everyone's mind. Tyler and his friends maintained the habit of leaving fruit at the forest edge as a silent thank you. On the highest peak, under the brilliant sun, people sometimes still see a white figure standing guard over the forest. It is not a ghost, but a true protector. The story of the white messenger stands as a testament to a simple truth. Kindness is a language that needs no words. It is the strongest bond between all living things on this earth.